on the cup.
The fifth round brought us to Newcastle for the tie that was on everyone's minds, which saw the return of the prodigal son. But there was to be no fatted calf at St James's Park.
Making a great run in the centre. Now he is... Oh, the flag's up again. Here's Solano. Oh, this could be it, but no Solano. And Newcastle have taken the lead. Extraordinary. City could be on for the equaliser. You never know with one shot. This could be it. Berkovic with one shot to his right. Another chance for City.
Arsenal had a fight in their hands against Gillingham, who twice came back from behind to level the scores.
Ty Gooden for Gillingham. That's a brilliant effort. Oh, what a goal! You won't see a better one than that in the FA Cup. Well, what a compliment to Gillingham this is. They've pushed Arsenal far enough for them to use the two players they wanted to rest. Thierry Henry. Oh, and he's got Torres in here, and Wiltord is waiting. Oh, and again Wiltord. Oh, what a volley. What a way to finish a cup tie.
Out of the 8 fifth-round games played, only one was all Premiership. Middlesbrough entertained Blackburn here at the Riverside. Contention at Middlesbrough. A poor match was brought to life for the wrong reasons with this debatable sending off of Blackburn's Lucas Neal. Ugo Ekiog scored after 87 minutes to put Middlesbrough into the 6th round, though not everybody was particularly impressed with some of the refereeing decisions.
Mr. Barber, who had a minging game.
Well, the only thing minging for Crewe at Goodison was the crossbar.
This is right. It's a good ball. House! Oh, and he's unlucky! So close!
Everton won the replay 2-1 despite going behind. The 5th round proved to be the end for Cheltenham and Walsall. Cheltenham lost 1-0 at high-flying West Brom, while Walsall were beaten 2-1. Barry Hale scoring a 61st minute winner for Fulham. Chelsea yet again had their moments.
A free header into the corner of the net! Richard Cresswell has scored for Preston!
Down 1-0 to Preston, they had Cudicini to thank once more for keeping them in the game.
Oh, what a great save by Cudicini from Macon! Well, are we going to look back at that incident at the end of the game and say how Chelsea needed their keeper to be at his best?
And so it was to prove. Even though the strike force of Johnson and Hasselbank combined to give Chelsea a 2-1 lead, it was Cudicini who was once again on hand to deny John Mackin a 90th minute equaliser.
The header from Macon, what a save from Cudicini!
With Preston's keeper on the retreat, Mikael Forsell's goal, all of 1 minute and 26 seconds later, made the score more comfortable than Chelsea may have deserved. Did I say something about your name being on the cup?
Oh, that's wonderful skill from Forsell. Still going, Mikael Forsell. What a goal! What a finish!
596 teams entered this year's FA Cup. 11 rounds gone and just 8 remain to contest for those semi-final places.
And there it is, that's the Chelsea team bus getting very close to the stadium now. This, I'll tell you, this was the part of the journey that I used to hate most as a player. That's when the nerves are trembling, always wondering about how you'll feel, whether you'll be feeling sharp on the day. So they've got a little way to go. That should take them, what, about 2 hours, I would think, the way the traffic is, but hopefully they'll get there a little bit quicker than that. Inside the stadium, the crowd has started to filter in. There's a few people in there. A mixture of Arsenal and Chelsea fans. There's a couple of expectant Chelsea supporters. I think we know she supports. I'm not going to say anything about that one. There's a sole Arsenal fan. I'm sure he'll be have a few mates around him very shortly. Right, time now for another FA Cup recollection.
The thing I remember about going to the cup final that year was driving down the motorway and seeing all the scarves in the cars, the colours and the rosettes. But what was particularly thrilling was to see cars with the red and the blue all in the same car, because Liverpool were playing Everton, and family and friends would travel together. I'm always proud of that when Liverpool and Everton play each other. It meant a lot, particularly that year, because it was the cup final after Hillsborough. I remember when I got there and met my friends and we went up, and it's always that fantastic thrill, isn't it, when you come out and see that pitch and that crowd and the colours. And we had the songs and the hymns and Abide With Me. And then Jerry Marsden came out and sang You'll Never Walk Alone. And it's probably the first and definitely the last time the Everton supporters ever sang that song with us, but it was a great tribute to the people who died at Hillsborough. And then the game, and we were sat in like these tiers that they had, like sort of over the Kop, which was fab just to be over the Kop. There was like a little box at the side, and it was full of all the foreign correspondents who had little tellies and were busy on the phone, you know, giving their reports of the game.
Oh, there's Rush in there. Rush! Goal! Ian Rush!
And everyone was singing, Rush is back! Rush is back! And these guys were going frantic. What are they saying? What are they saying? Rush is back! And we're saying, no, Rush is back.
Rush! Goal!
At the end, another extraordinary moment when the pitch was invaded and the Kop stood like rocks and said, off, off, off. You could feel this whole anger about what was happening and what could happen, and them trying to control that crowd themselves. And it was extraordinary, and at the end, the Liverpool team just disappeared with that cup held up high above them amongst the crowd. And I don't think anybody would really have minded at all if the result had been a draw that day.
Well, I'm joined by a man who knows all about the events of those days, Mark Lawrenson. Quite poignant, that.
Do you know what my best FA Cup memory is?
No.
In I think it was '86 when we beat Everton.
Well, thanks.
We played awful. You were playing there. I forgot about that. Yeah. And we came in afterwards. You know, did the old parade round with the trophy and all that kind of stuff. Got in the dressing room, got our kit off to go in the bath. 3 supporters in there, fully clothed. Come on in, boys. It's great in here. Absolutely fully clothed. Brilliant.
We've got Chelsea arriving, apparently, at the ground, so they're very close. They're just funny, because about 2 minutes ago, they're heading in the wrong direction, it seemed. But
I hope that's not an omen.
I mean, I was just saying that for me, that was always the most nervous time, right on the bus. Was it? What was it for you?
Well, because it was a pain, because once you left the hotel, you just wanted to get there, you know, get your stuff on and get out and play. And it was a nuisance, I think, as much as anything, because you were prepared, I think, mentally, physically ready to play. and he'd get there so early, and you say, well, all right, what do we do now? We've got an hour and a half left.
Still quite a popular event, look.
It's fantastic. I've just been speaking to some people over there in one of the boxes, and they were saying that, you know, this is the first time they've been at the stadium, Millennium Stadium. They said the atmosphere is absolutely brilliant here. Great stadium as well.
Just for the moment. Now, we haven't heard from the managers yet. Here's Chelsea's Claudio Ranieri even, with Ivan Gaskell.
I think every manager dream. It's a normal. Every people is important to put the target and fight for this target. Now our target is near, and we want to try to win this target. It's difficult. Everybody know it's difficult. I want to try, and maybe the dream change in the reality.
I sense in you, Claudio, that you are very content here at the moment.
Yeah, I'm happy. I am happy because I have a good link with the players, with the chairman, with everybody. And this is very important for me. Now my English a little bit getting better, and this is very important for me for the communication, to transmit everything I have inside, no? And the first year was very, very difficult for me. Now a little better.
You talk of Arsene Wenger, the opposite manager on Saturday. What are your thoughts about his achievements and his qualities as a manager?
I think he's very calm, gave the team a good organization, and after this, now he changed a lot. Before, Arsenal played always 4-4-2, traditional 4-4-2. Now change a lot with Pires, Ljungberg, Parlour, change a lot position, and everybody know what they must do. And this is very important. At the moment, I am on the first floor. Arsene finished the building. Everybody say Arsenal is the favorite. It's okay, but I think in a final, 50-50, there is a favorite. Arsenal is a good team, but also Chelsea is a good team.
Well, you have to give him credit, Mark. His language has improved. He said it was difficult early on, but he's doing well there.
I think he's got better. I think one of the criticisms early on with Ranieri, Gary, was that he would change a team not only every week, but also, you know, within the actual match itself, and he would change formations within the game. I think that was a big beef of Chelsea supporters, but he's bought extremely well. I think you can see slowly but surely that they're getting a team together, which makes all the difference. Yes, they've still got that question mark over about the consistency, but he's now started. I mean, the front partnership alone, Gudjohnsen and Hasselbank, is as good as anything in the league. And you would hope if they get the consistency next year that they think maybe Champions League, even the Premier League, is a possibility.
Players getting off the bus there into the ground. We saw Hasselbank going through. We still don't know for sure whether he's playing or not.
He'll play.
You think
he will? Oh, he'll play. I just, you know, and it's like the whole question as well about is it Richard Wright or is it David Seaman? I think the FA Cup final, you pick your best 11 players, and then basically, as a manager, you've got no comebacks.
For all your Arsenal fans, by the way, at home, thinking we're being a little bit biased, our helicopter is currently trying to find the Arsenal bus, so I hope the Arsenal bus is not lost and has gone to Swansea or something.
Should have got the Reader's Digest. They find everyone. They'd have found the Arsenal bus.
There's the manager we've just heard from. Tense times for a manager. I mean, they have to exhume confidence in many ways, don't they?
Yeah, and I would imagine that he's told them the team already, and he's probably thinking that he can't do too much now to prepare them for the game. He thinks that's all done, and maybe just a case of, you know, kind of 10-3, having a little word with one or two people, and just hope that they get it right today. I mean, I think there is a performance there in Chelsea. They'll just be hoping that the performance comes today.
OK, well, Mark, we've still got well over an hour to go until kick-off between Chelsea and Arsenal. Let's remind ourselves of how they got here.
6th round, 8 teams, 7 Premiership, 1 First Division. 4 out, 4 through.
Sudden pressure from Arsenal. Will George. Shouldn't have got the cross, but does. chances, Robert Pires! Pires, Bergkamp is in the middle. It's just too easy.
Perhaps just jars his knee as he lands there.
That is a sad sight for Arsenal and for football generally. A spring day out in the sunshine for Arsene Wenger's team. Nothing but a cloudy day for Bobby Robson.
It was also the end of the road for Everton and First Division sole survivors, West Brom. Everton at Middlesbrough saw the reunion of ex-England stars and Borough teammates the Pauls, Ince and Gascoigne. But high spirits before the game would only be celebrated by one of them at the end.
Oh, there's going to be a chance for Whelan, is it? And Middlesbrough are in here. There's a goal. There's a goal for Middlesbrough. Boksic is in the centre. Nemeth goes down the left. Whelan on the ball. And still, surely he can find Alan Boksic. Will it be two for Middlesbrough? Against the crossbar. And the rebound goes in. Middlesbrough look dangerous again here. Oh, and Alan Boksic got into it, but it's 3-0. And Paul Ince was in there. What's going to happen here next? This was supposed to be the boring 0-0.
3 goals in 7 minutes effectively sealed the tie before half-time and sealed the fate of manager Walter Smith. It also proved to be Gazza's last game for Everton and perhaps his last game for a Premiership club. Fulham's cup run would belie their increasingly precarious league form. Jean Tigana took the Cottagers into the semi-finals for the first time in 27 years. Steve Marley's third goal of the campaign put Fulham through at the expense of West Brom. But at least they would have other reasons to celebrate come the end of the season. And a London derby that Spurs and their fans would rather forget. Chelsea travelled to White Hart Lane on the back of a 5-1 thrashing in the Worthington Cup. Revenge is sweet. So to the semi-finals. Villa Park and Old Trafford were the hosts. Arsenal, fighting for the Premiership, took on a resurgent Middlesbrough.
This is Dean Windass, boxing to his right, good save by Richard Wright. Nothing to choose between the sides. This is Wiltshire. Wrong side of the post. Henry made the run. Would have been a brilliant goal. Oh, it's an own goal! Gianluca Festa. This is magnificent by Arsenal. Wiltord and Vieira's arriving. What a goal this could be. It's Wiltord. Oh, and he's missed it. Windass with the header. And Dixon's clearance. This is Alan Boksic. Alan Johnston. Windass and Boksic wait. Johnston picks his spot. And Boksic is denied by Wright. Arsenal are into the cup final
For the 15th time, Gianluca Festa has a moment of misfortune, but they have troubled Arsenal today more than most sides this season. But Arsenal have prevailed and they will go to Cardiff.
While Chelsea had another derby, the third of their campaign so far, against West London neighbours Fulham. London descended on Villa Park for the second semi-final. Fulham, hoping to reach their second ever final, faced Chelsea, hoping to reach their fourth in 9 years.
And here are Chelsea in blue to start the semi-final, which determines who plays Arsenal in Cardiff on May the 4th. Terry! Oh, what a save! Varley put the ball back in. Oh, and what a run by Legbinski. John Terry's in there again. And it's gone in! John Terry claims it. And Chelsea take the lead in the semi-final. For Johnson. Lampard's in the area as well now. Oh, he's hit the post! Chelsea are in the FA Cup final.
Well, it's been quite a journey, hasn't it? Over the 9 months, the FA Cup promised you drama. You got drama. It promised you passion. You got passion, and it promised you gold, and there were plenty of those. And it's incredible to think that 596 teams started this year's competition. Now, by the first round proper, that was reduced to 80. And by the third round, when the Premiership and First Division boys joined up, there were 64. 64 became 32. 32 became 16. 16 became 8. 8 became 4. And 4 became 2. And as the 70,000 Londoners who are in Cardiff today will tell you, there can be only one. But hey, don't worry about it, because in 3 months, it starts all over again. I tell you what, quite fancy Canvey Island for another run next year. What do you think?
I'm a Dagenham fan.
Long journey ahead.
Well, his maths are good. I'm sure they are when he adds up his travel expenses. It's been around a bit, Craig Doyle. Both teams are now on the pitch. We never did see that Arsenal bus arrive, but I'm sure it sneaked in there somewhere. There's Emmanuel Petit. Back on the Chelsea side again. You can tell we've got a Chelsea editor, can't you?
Absolutely. I always feel with this as well, I think one of the reasons you actually come out, and you know the pitch is going to be perfect.
Ah, there you go. Some Arsenal boys, they are here.
Yeah.
There is the evidence.
But you know the pitch is going to be perfect, and half the reason is you just want to get out the dressing room, and
Yeah,
you know, because you know you're going to spend at least an hour in there before you're ready to come out and play.
There's a few old teammates mixing there. Petit with Thierry Henry and Patrick Vieira.
Yeah.
They won't be as friendly when the match starts, will they?
You would hope not, certainly. And, I mean, I think that is one of the key areas, isn't it? The kind of midfield area of Vieira and Petit. And I think Petit will be talking there to Henry, thinking, I hope he has a nightmare.
He's come a long way very quickly, and that was actually Cole. That's obviously Henry.
Yeah, I think the thing for me with Arsenal this year, Gary, is that they've played excellently as a team, but also it's like every month they've had just one star performer. It was Henry early on, Lundberg currently at the moment in shot, who's been absolutely brilliant. Bergkamp's had that spell, you know, and they've been outstanding, and I think they've lifted the team when it's needed lifting. But there's no doubt that you're looking at you know, people like Vieira here with Arsenal. They are the best team in the country at the moment. If they play well today, it'd be very, very difficult.
The rumour flying around, Mark, I can tell you, we're just hearing that John Terry's out with a virus.
Well,
there he is. He looks all right.
Listen, at every cup final, isn't there somebody last minute who always misses out?
Yeah.
Always, always. And of course, if it's true, then it's unfortunate for him. But I mean, they've got Gallas. I mean, Gallas is going to be a very, very good player. And it looked as though Terry was going to start. We'll have to wait and see.
Right, let's hear from another man that was doubtful for this game, Graham Lasso. He's with Ray Stubbs.
Graham Lasso, thanks for talking to us at this stage. Just want to get on with it, I guess.
Exactly, we've been preparing sort of the last week, really, trying to get everybody ready for the game, and coming down a couple of days ago just makes you want to get on with the match. And all the coverage has been quite exciting, trying to predict the results, and nobody knows today. It's going to be a tough game.
Did you feel the injury jinx had just struck you again 4 minutes into the semi-final. You must have worked very hard to get fit.
I have worked hard. I tore a calf muscle, and I was fortunate. I had some excellent treatment. I went away, and I've made a sort of a very fortunate recovery, really. But I'd picked up an injury before the semi-final, but it was such an important game for us that I sort of pushed myself to play, but it didn't work. Today will be different, I hope.
Graham, what's the way to beat Arsenal?
I just think we have to look at our own team, our own unity, and really make sure that we play collectively. And we've got some wonderful players, we've got some great talent, a very excellent sort of an excellent sort of atmosphere between the players as well. So I just hope we can sort of pull it all together today and use the experience that we have to give a good account of ourselves. But Arsenal are a good side as well. We've got a lot of respect for them. It's going to be a tough one to call.
You've been advising some of your teammates to go around and just soak it all in. Why did you say that?
I just think it's something that the FA Cup final, you have to enjoy it. That's the best way to approach it. I think we've all grown up with it. The foreign lads have grown up with it in their own countries, watching the televised sort of finals for years. And I think the most important thing today is for everybody to enjoy it, the supporters, the players alike. And if we win against what are the informed side, then that's a real bonus for us.
Thanks. I just sense a quiet confidence that you're going to overturn it and do this afternoon within your squad.
We've got to have belief in ourselves. We've got an excellent team. So I think if we get about our game as well as we can, we'll give a good account of ourselves, and that's all we can do. But I won't say we're going to win it, but I think we've got a lot of belief in our own ability.
All the best. You look the business.
Thank you.
He's a charming bloke, that Ray Stubbs. Garth Crooks is equally charming. He's with David Seaman.
Well, David, it's this time of year, FA Cup final. You've done it before. How do you feel?
Well, great. Obviously the sun's out again, but it's not quite as hot as last year. But we're just looking forward to it. It's a fantastic place to play a final. The atmosphere last year was fantastic. Hopefully it can be as good today.
You're in the North dressing room. Do you feel lucky?
Hopefully it turns out to be lucky. It doesn't really matter where you get changed, I don't think. But you want every bit of luck you can get. But we'll just have to wait and see.
You begin a magnificent journey this week, David. If you win it today, you're on your way, aren't you?
Yeah, obviously we are, but we've got a massive game on Wednesday, but today is what we're all focused on, and our minds haven't slipped from that. We've watched a couple of videos and things, and we're ready for it.
Let's hope it's a great day. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
There's the ground, the players all out there, basking in the sunshine.
Why do you think David Seaman's worried that the sun's out? He's not
run around so
does he?
much, yeah.
Unless it gets in his eyes, maybe.
I think that's more of a relevant point. But these are the moments that players savour. You try and find a few of your relatives, although most of them are in the bar.
Yeah, yeah, and also I think you do anything you possibly can to try and shut the game out from your mind.
Yeah.
At these moments, you have a little walk round, talk to the teammates, but you're just idling away the time till 3 o'clock basically as a player.
Right, Ray Stubbs, he's grabbed a player who's going to lead them out today, Roberto Di Matteo, although he's had to retire from football. Should be a poignant moment for him, Ray.
Roberto, everyone is so disappointed that you can't play anymore. Chelsea fans very disappointed, but what was your reaction to lead when you were knowing you were leading the team out today?
I was very flattered and very honoured, a little bit surprised as well. But the manager had this idea and the club agreed to it, and I think there's no better way to say goodbye to everybody.
Quite an honour. You have quite a record, scoring after 42 seconds in a cup final. Do you mind if that record is broken, if it's Jimmy scoring today?
Of course not. No, as long as Chelsea wins, I don't mind whoever scores. It's a big day for us, and hopefully we can celebrate later on.
How should Chelsea go about beating Arsenal today? What do you think the game plan should be?
Well, it's going to be very tough today. Arsenal is a very, very good team, and well, hopefully we can catch them on the counter-attack and get one in for us.
Thank you for talking to us. Hope you enjoy the day.
Thank you.
OK, let's hear now from... No, I was just going to say we're going to hear from Tony Adams, but we haven't got him at the moment, so hopefully we'll hear from Tony very shortly. But
it's a very poignant moment, that, for Di Matteo, and I think it's a great gesture. And you wouldn't say Ken Bates is known for great gestures on behalf of the football club of Chelsea, but I think that's great, the fact he's had to finish his career, but his last moment in front of the crowd, as it were, leading the cup final team out.
Right, let's settle those rumours. Is John Terry fit or is he not?
John, what's happened? What's the news? Are you going to be able to start?
No, I'm not starting today. I'm on the bench, so I woke up this morning and as I got out of bed I felt really dizzy and the room was spinning. I phoned the doctor, straight away he come down. Yeah, he gave me an injection first thing this morning. Sadly, I'm not going to be involved today.
It's a cruel blow for you. Did you ever think, well, I'll try and get through this?
Yeah, I mean, I went down and had a fitness test with Jimmy this morning. I come through that 100%. I'm okay, I'm fit to play. The manager's just gone with William and Marcel. That's his decision, so...
Has this ever happened to you before, being just struck with something like this?
No, it's called a tiger or something. The doctor was telling me it's just when your balance goes in your body, you know, in your eardrums or something, the balance goes. So obviously I can't help that, but I'm just gutted, I really am.
You must be absolutely so disappointed.
Yeah, I was just saying, after the manager told me this morning, I just felt like crying, so... But I'm fit to play, I'm going to be on the bench and I'm still part of the team, so that's pleasing for me.
Come on and score the winner, John.
That'll be nice.
Sorry, but thank you for talking to us.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Well, he's trying to put on a brave face, but I mean, he's young enough to have a few more opportunities.
Well, that's on the plus side. Also, as well, if we consider that there's maybe a little bit of a risk over Hasselbank, then I don't think if you're Ranieri, you can afford to play Terry as well, because then you've got two that maybe aren't 100% fit. So I think it's a common sense decision by the manager, but as we say, you know, he has a chance of playing in many other cup finals, John Terry, because he's still very young.
Right, let's hear from Dennis Bergkamp. He's with Garth.
Well, Dennis, you've waited a long time to play an FA Cup final. You've done it. You must feel very special.
Yeah, it is. It's a different experience, I think, when you know that you're playing and yeah, that you're really a part of it. It's not the same if you're on the bench or in the stand, I feel.
You've got some of your Dutch colleagues played in the other team. There must be as much interest in Holland in this game as there is here in England.
There is, yeah. Well, normally the FA Cup is a special thing in Holland already. And I think even more now with all the Dutch players in there, so yeah.
You're playing better than ever. Do you feel lucky?
Oh, you never know that. It's, I hope that the form is still there, then I can hopefully have a good game in the team as well, and we'll see what happens.
Well, you've got a lucky dressing room. We wish you well.
Thank you.
Right, I promised you we'd hear from Tony Adams. Here he is.
Well, Tony, you've done it many, many times. You're back again. You must be very, very excited about the prospects of today's game.
It's a little cooler than last year. Last year was absolutely roasting, but this year's a little bit of a chill wind, so I'm looking forward to it a bit more.
The prospect of playing Chelsea, I mean, it's very difficult to predict this particular result. Two very good sides, big game players.
Yeah, cup finals are very difficult to predict. It's all about on the day. Hopefully it'll be our day.
Good to talk to you. Thanks.
There's the scenes as we stand, just over an hour till kick-off now. Chelsea fans and Arsenal fans, of course, looking forward to the occasion. Let's hear from the Arsenal manager, Arsene Wenger. He'll be hoping for a rather different outcome to last year. He's been talking to Garth Crooks.
After last year's final, your face showed anger. Is that how you felt?
Yes, of course, anger and frustration, because we felt everything on that day went against us, from referee's decision to our chances we couldn't take, and as well in the end the way we gave the goals away. So when you feel that for 83 minutes you sit there and you cannot see how you can lose the game, and suddenly 5 minutes later over and the cup goes to the other camp, of course it's very frustrating.
You have an excellent record against Chelsea in the cup, but this particular final is almost impossible to predict, isn't it?
Yes, of course, because it's 50-50. I can predict we will win, but I think this team is a team of winners, of winning people, and they will want really to win. But as well, Chelsea is a great side, and it's before the game it's a 50-50, and I think that mental side can make the difference on our side.
Since completing the double, you have a reputation of finishing second. How have you coped with that, you and your players?
I think I'm here, I work the whole season and the whole year with my staff very hard, not to finish second, to finish first. And of course, it's always very difficult. You don't work the whole season to finish second. You want to be first, and when we don't finish first, we are not happy. But what is most important is to come back every year and to fight and to give everything to be first.
You said to me a few weeks ago that you would win the championship. You actually said to me you could do the treble. That's gone.
Yeah.
But the double is a distinct possibility.
Yes, of course. We are in the final. Why should we not believe we will do the double? We are in the final. We have 2 games to play and 5 points clear of Man United. Of course, it's still very close, but as well all to do. We know that we have to put the final effort in, and we will do it.
Now the first team's arrived. We've already heard from Mark Lawrenson, Alan Hansen, Peter Schmeichel. A big welcome to you. This is some place you've not been here before, Alan.
First time.
Remarkably.
I am, and always have been, a massive fan of Wembley. People said it was tired, run down and dilapidated, but if you ask me what was the best place in the world to play, it'd be Wembley. The FA Cup final was extra special. It was a one-off occasion. It was the ultimate. But you come here and you walk into this stadium and it's a bit tasty. I cannot wait till 3 o'clock because this place will be jumping. The atmosphere already is quite good. I think at 3 o'clock will be sensational.
Hey, listen. He was even on the pitch this morning. Honestly,
excited.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Semi-excited.
Peter, you've not played here, have you?
I've never played here, and I totally agree with that. You come in and you see you cannot play a bad game here. You can sort of sense what the atmosphere is going to be like. And this is just a magnificent football stadium.
Well, unlike us, Peter, you've still got a chance to play here.
We could play a bad game anywhere.
Yeah, I still got a chance. I mean, I'm going to be giving him a really good goal to come here next year and play. Yeah. This is a fantastic place.
It's one of the great days, isn't it? The FA Cup final, I mean.
Well, it's great if you're a player and you're playing. I mean, you were talking before about the build-up. I used to hate the build-up to a match. This time, you know, about 2:05 onwards, it was purgatory until you actually got down the tunnel. And then they'd make you wait in the tunnel, and then you got on the pitch, you'd hear a crescendo of noise, you're on the pitch, and it was like a release, and you just go on it. Graham Lasso says enjoy it, but I think you'll enjoy it if you win. I mean, if you get beaten, you can't enjoy it.
Can I just point out one thing?
You're going to?
That Mr. Schmeichel here has as many medals as you two added together. Cup
FA
final
Cup.
winners.
Oh, cup final, yeah.
Well, that's what we're talking about, isn't it, today?
We wondered why he was here.
Yeah,
You've had some great memories in
fantastic.
finals.
I've won it 3 times. I've also lost one on one occasion.
Which was the most special one for you?
I think the first one, the first time you get here is very, very special. Obviously that day everything went our way. It was raining. We always played well when surfing was sort of breezy, and we scored 4 goals. We won 4-0 against Chelsea. That's right. But we played against Liverpool as well, where we scored in the very, very last minute of the game.
They used to do that, you know.
And winning like that made that very special.
So when you go 3-0 up in the match, you can enjoy it, can't you? Because you know that you're going to win.
I mean,
it's a great
That
feeling.
was my first time at Wembley, in an FA Cup final. And, you know, you got used to the idea. After 8 minutes in the second half, we were 2-0 up. We knew we couldn't postpone.
I could never get over the fact of how quickly the whole day went. Yeah. And everyone used to say your first time, we've all had it said, enjoy it, take it all in, and they're right, because it's like that. It just goes.
And then you
can't remember all of it. You can't remember it, can you?
You remember all the build-up to the game before the week. You get your suit, you get your whatever, all the interviews and all that. And, you know, once the game's finished, that's it, you're on your holidays. It just goes like that.
And you do the song.
Well, you do the song, yeah.
And then you go to the World Cup.
then, yeah. If you qualify, yeah.
And all that sort of stuff. But anyway, about this time, the 2 cup final managers will be giving their pep talks. If they need any help, I've got just the man.
Managing a Premiership football club is very much like running a successful paper merchant's, yeah? You know, a lot of similarities. Here, I have to pick the right team. Yeah? I have to lead by example. Yeah? I have to instill trust, discipline. Sometimes we have a game of football at the back, so similar there. A manager's role at this point in the proceedings has never been so important. The players are picked, yeah? They've done the physical, they're tuned to perfection. Are they ready mentally? Yeah? Yeah? Are they in the right frame of mind to do the job? The will to win, that's where we come in, yeah? Motivation, confidence, yeah? And that's from the goalkeeper to the goal scorers. You know, you've got to be boosting them. Mr. Seaman, you are the best goalkeeper in the world. No, you're not playing today, but, you know. No, your hair doesn't look stupid. Of course, moustaches are still fashionable, yeah, in the north, yeah? Jokanovic, chill out. How do you know they're booing you? Yes, it hurts more when it's your own team, but, you know, boosting them. My PE teacher, Mr. Morris, was who, you know, got me into football because of his inspirational management technique. He was fair but firm, you know, and unorthodox, sure. If you forgot your football kit, he didn't make you play in your underpants. He thought pants were unhygienic. No, he made you play with nothing on your bottom half. So, you know, but fair, he was not a hypocrite. He imposed the same rules on himself when he forgot his kit. You know? He was a bit scattered. He forgot his kit every week, though. It was, oh. The greatest thing about football, I think, is that it is for everyone, you know. It's not just for men. And anyone who says it is just for men is a sexist, which I hate. So, you know, women can watch football too. A lot of players are very attractive. So not to me, I'm not, but, you know, to women. You know, for everyone. And if there's two teams that reflect the diversity of our society, it's Chelsea and Arsenal, you know. Black, white, young, old, straight, gay, all in the team. I don't think there's any gays in the team, but is he? Looks so butch, doesn't he? There's a couple of guys in the studio now that prove my point. Do you think that Alan Hansen or Mark Lawrenson would have had the careers they had if they'd have had the skills, but without the discipline, without the concentration? It's not easy passing the ball back to the goalkeeper every single time you get it for 90 minutes. Yeah? They got out of the game before they changed the back pass rule. So one step ahead, you know.
Thanks to Ricky Gervais, double BAFTA winning playing David Brent from The Office. I just have to say that he's a bit harsh. I know, I thought it was a bit harsh.
We used to pass it back to Grobbler only for 85 minutes of the match.
Harsh.
Yeah.
But true.
Oh, in fact, we've got evidence that it's true.
Oh, go on.
We knew that you'd have evidence.
Did you?
Yeah, there was a certainty.
This is the '86 Cup final, one that we all remember very well. There you go, Mark. That's Mark with very long hair, by the way.
It was in.
See? And you can pick it up.
Hey, you'd have liked that, wouldn't you, Peter? Being able to pick the ball up. Here, watch Al here. Watch. Oh!
Back to the goalkeeper.
See, Mark bailed you out again. It's incessant. There we go. Mr. Hansen, cultured. Oh!
Good defending, I reckon.
Percentages, that.
Absolutely.
It's made quite a change to the game, the back pass rule, hasn't it?
I think it's made it better.
Yeah.
Because, you know, that thing that kills the game. Whereas now most of the times the goalkeeper gets the ball now, kicks it up at the other end, and you know something's happening.
Plus, goalkeepers have to be able to play now, don't they? They have to be able to deal with the ball.
It's an extra challenge for goalkeeper now. Goalkeepers now too.
Was that all you could pick out from that game?
Well, no, but it would have taken hours. If it had shown the whole game, there's about 57 examples.
The thing is, goalkeepers always think they can play outside.
Aye.
The five-a-sides you play outside.
Yeah.
Do you? What position do you play?
Up front.
Up front of
What a shot, by the way.
See, you all dream of playing up front, all of you. Defenders, goalkeepers, the lot. Anyway, let's just pause for a moment. Let's hear from a man well placed to assess the strengths of both sides. Former gunner, now an integral part of the Chelsea midfield, Emmanuel Petit.
It's going to be emotional for me, special, because I had 3 wonderful years there. I kept very good friends there, and I left Arsenal in very good terms. More special, I think, is going to be a FA Cup final, and I would like so much to bring the trophy for Chelsea.
What are your memories of that cup final 4 years ago when you were actually wearing the red and white of Arsenal?
We were so happy because we won before the FA Cup final the Premiership. We've been there without pressure because it was like the cherry on the cake. This year was very special for me because I won 3 trophies, and it was maybe, of course, it was the most amazing year for me.
You're in a good position, though, perhaps to assess the opposition. Can we start at the very top with the manager, Arsene Wenger?
He's done a great job since 5 years, I think. He had big disappointment the last 2 years because he finished always second in the Premiership, and he lost in the FA Cup final last year. But I think his dreams will be to win one day the Champions League.
You've played many, many games alongside Patrick Vieira. Here you are against him directly. What a feeling that might be.
We are close friend, and I think we'll be close as well before the game and then after the game. His best quality, I think, he is generous on the pitch. Everything's coming from him. The ball starts from him, and he's very good as well in front of defense. He protects the defense very well. He's one of the best midfield in the world, yeah. And I think we don't see the best Patrick Vieira yet. I know him very well, so there are some things I can't say as well because I think the worst opponent for him is himself. And I think he knows that as well.
We could sit all day talking about the qualities of the opposition, but I guess now you're through and through a Chelsea player. You've got to believe, and the rest of your team have got to believe, that actually you can overcome those quality players.
I know that for everyone, we are not the best team. Arsenal are in a better position than us because if you are realistic and if you are honest, Arsenal has a better team than us. They are better qualities, better players. It's going to be very, very difficult, but we are prepared to do well, to win the trophy. But as I said, the opponents won the trophy as well, so it's going to be a good fight, and the best will win.
Emmanuel Petit is a player the Chelsea fans didn't think was really putting it in early in the season. He
had a bad start to the campaign, but he's come on. I mean, in the 25 years I've been in English football, there's been some great midfield combinations, but Petit Vieira, just a bit unbeatable. In 98, I thought Petit was a better player than Vieira then. Great going forward, great defensively, good in there, could play left, he could play in the middle, he could play centre-back. I think moving's cost him. He's come back to Chelsea. For the first 3 or 4 months we didn't see the best of him. I watched him at Anfield about 4 weeks ago. I thought he was absolutely awesome. Controlled the game, he just picks up and plays it, gets it back. It's going to be one of the great confrontations today, him against Vieira, that's for sure.
Good partnership, aren't they?
Absolutely, and
used to be.
Used to be, and they won the double with that partnership. But he's a great player. Obviously, from a goalkeeper's point of view, looking at Petit, he's got a great shot on him as well. And I think he scored one in the World Cup against me where I absolutely did not see the ball.
Yeah.
I think he's a key player today.
That's because you were sleeping.
Yeah. I think it's taken a while for him in terms of his partnership with Lampard. I think in terms of Petit, and to be honest with you, up until the turn of the year, his form was poor for one, with so much quality. But you wonder whether his mind's been concentrated in the second half of the season because the World Cup, obviously a great run in the FA Cup through to the final. But that's one of the big key issues today, that the battle between himself and Vieira.
Well, there's never been any doubt about Patrick Vieira's ability, is there?
No.
His temperament occasionally, but certainly not his ability.
I think
Not
he's
so
worked
bad
on that.
recently, he's worked with it.
I think he's done really well this season. I don't think he's been booked that many times.
But there, he's got the class, he's got the ability, he's forceful, he gets the ball, plays into Bergkamp, he's on the move.
I don't think his game has suffered, even though he's sort of calmed himself down.
Great going forward.
Good vision.
Can pick men out. He's got everything.
I think everyone says it's about football as well. It is such a simple game, and when you watch him play, he plays it extremely simply. He doesn't try to do anything that he's not capable of. You know, great buffer in terms of in front of the back players, and yet when he does go forward, that long, long stride, recovery in the tackle, and there you are, see a red shirt, pass it, go forward.
He's got strength, he's got pace, he's got vision, he's got a big heart, he plays well in the big matches, and he scores the occasional goal. Look at the quick...
Yeah, but apart from
that, his temperament's a bit suspect, but like Pierre says, he's worked on it. The flashpoint's no longer there. And he's a great asset for Arsenal.
He's matured a lot this year.
And we hope he stays at Arsenal as well. And, you know, I hope he doesn't go to foreign fields in the summer.
I think the
great
Arsenal
player
fans,
for the Premiership.
I think they're hoping that if they get the double, that will persuade him to stay.
And also, I think this Premier League, and it really suits him. I think he's... You see, we talked about Petit leaving England. And I don't think he had a lot of joy. And that's why he came to Barcelona.
Wasn't a bad move, though, was it?
No, it's not a bad move, but it's just a completely different setup, completely different life, and a different way of playing football. And once you've played here and you've made your name here, I think you belong to this country.
We're both saying the big mates, but we can't wait for the first tackle.
Oh. Well, no doubt Patrick Vieira is a great player, but there's no doubt in Arsenal's man of the moment.
Freddie, you've experienced the joy of scoring in an FA Cup final and the disappointment of losing one. What went through your mind at last year's FA Cup final?
I was very, very disappointed afterwards. I think maybe we should have killed off the game earlier. You're always disappointed when you lose, but especially if you play worse than the other team and you can just, you know, the other team was better and you have to accept it. But we maybe thought that we played a bit better and Liverpool maybe deserved to win it and wrap it up earlier, and I think that made it even worse, and it was pretty hard.
Does this FA Cup final against Chelsea mean more to you now, bearing in mind you lost last year's?
Of course, you don't want to lose 2 cup finals in a row, but personally it's just important to focus on this game and don't put any extra pressure on it. There's a lot of pressure anyway, so just take a game as it is.
Maybe a torrid afternoon for Watford, and here he is, he's in again. Lundberg gets number 2.
You've had an amazing season, 16 goals so far. What's it down to, Freddie?
I don't know. It's just the whole team has been in good form, and I don't know, the team usually plays well in the spring, in the running, so just worked all right, and like I said, I thank the team.
Your image is important. Today you're sporting a interesting hat. How important is image to you, Freddie?
Not really. It's not really important. For me, I just always said that I'm just going to be myself. If people like it, it's up to them. If they don't like it, it's up to them. I'm just going to keep on being myself.
Does it get on your nerves, the fact that we commentators are always talking about the wonderful strike in your hair?
No, I mean, of course it's good if you concentrate on the football, but I mean, I know I have in England it's a bit unusual, my haircut, so I have to accept that people talk about it, and it's nothing that I look for, just how I am. And for example, in Sweden, it's not that a lot of people colors their hair compared to what I do in England, so I've done it for many years, and it's just how it is.
And here's Ljungberg. And the new man has scored within 5 minutes of coming on for his debut.
I think you've been at Arsenal now for about 3.5 years. You've not won anything yet. Have you had time to think about that you could be a double winner in the next few days?
I mean, like I said, when I moved here, I won the cup and the league at home in Sweden, and I just wanted to win it with England, with Arsenal as well in England. So, of course, it would be great for me to win it, but at the moment, I just try to see it. We have the FA Cup final on Saturday. That's it. That's what I try to concentrate on.
What a lovely hat that was.
Oh, it's
He's definitely going to put a bet, that's for sure.
It's a tea cosy. But he's done well, hasn't he? I mean, he does time his runs as well as anybody.
He's intelligent. He's intelligent. He looks along the line. Very difficult to pick up when you look along the line and you run across it. Of course, he can finish, but also you've got to have a supply. And Bergkamp's absolutely phenomenal at just playing it through between defenders. Lundberg onto it's in the back of the net. As I say, very difficult to pick up.
Remember here last year when Liverpool stole it from Arsenal, and I think Henry was interviewed afterwards, and he said, "What we need is a fox in the box."
Yeah.
They've got one. I mean, they signed Jeffers, who hasn't been fit, unfortunately for him, but if anything, he's prepared to hurt himself getting in there to get the goals, and something that you could certainly level at Arsenal last year. They just didn't have that kind of player, but he's been brilliant for them the last kind of 2 to 3 months.
He's come back from injury at the right time. Pires got out injury. I thought Pires, perhaps the best player they've had all season, and he's come in and he's taken over that role, and 6 goals in 6 games from a midfield player. It's just fantastic.
OK, we know the lineups now, so let's have a look at the Arsenal team first. It's Adams and Campbell at the back, no Keown. Does that surprise you at all?
Surprised me. I mean, it might be Tony's last game in the FA Cup, but I would have gone Keown Campbell.
You wouldn't have played Tony? No?
I wouldn't have played Tony. I think that Keown's got more mobility. And in a game like this, against Hasselbank and Gudjohnsen, I think that mobility would be king.
Apart from that, Peter, no real surprise.
He's got so much experience. We've seen clips of him during the day, and he's never been the quickest of players. He's always, read the game really well, and I don't think it's a big problem for them. I would have gone with that as well. Adams is a fantastic player for me.
No real surprises apart from that, Mark?
No, I don't think so whatsoever. And also that, if you talk about going into the FA Cup final with loads of confidence, I mean, they've got bucket loads of it at the moment. Campbell's back, and I think, undoubtedly the key issue today for them is Campbell and Adams versus Gudjohnsen.
Very attacking lineup. Boltord on the right.
Yeah.
And there's goals from everywhere.
Yeah.
So that should be good for the game.
I think there have been far more doubts about the Chelsea lineup. So, I mean, with there's doubts about Hasselbank, Lasso, and now the Terry thing, the fact that he can't play because he's got a virus.
Well, there's also the worry, Babayaro's just got himself fit, Lasso down the left-hand side. I mean, how long are those two going to be able to last? So if you're from Arsenal's point of view, you'd be probing certainly down there. I mean, it's a blow for Terry, but I think Gallas is a wonderful, wonderful player. And I mean, his combination with Dessay, like we're talking about, Campbell and Adams, again, that's the key area against the likes of Henry and Bergkamp.
Such a responsibility in the back four and the keeper to play well.
Yeah.
Because, as I said before, Arsenal goals come from everywhere. Yeah. And if Chelsea are going to win this match, then they've got to play well defensively.
That's when you look at the two teams, you look at Arsenal and say, the goals can come from anywhere. And you look at Chelsea and you look at the front two and say, that's probably where the goal has to come from.
I mean, there has to be a slight doubt about Hasselbank. We've seen players in the not-too-distant past come and play. I remember...
Well, it happens every time, but you've got to play them. There's certain players that you say, doesn't matter if they're only 25% fit, play them.
Yeah.
It means that much to Chelsea.
At least you've got to give it a go.
Yeah.
It's the last game of the season, really, for them. It's the only game they have in the season.
Peter, let me get you on your specialist subject, goalkeeping. We've got 2 good goalkeepers in this final. I mean, David Seaman, so much experience, but Cudicini's had a really good season.
Cudicini, we've been looking through the way, Chelsea's way to this final, and one thing that really sticks out here is the way Cudicini's played. He makes fantastic saves. His reactions are fabulous. This is like a sort of a basic save, but we get 1 or 2 absolutely fantastic. This is one of them where he keeps them in the game. The score is 1-0 at the time, and this one is just fantastic. And he has been a fabulous goalkeeper for them also. I think a lot of people doubted him in the beginning of the season because he's a smallish lad.
Is there a weakness there, Peter? He looks like a shot stopper. Could he be susceptible to crosses, do you think, or is no sign of that?
Stop the ball, it's not a weakness. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter.
Very good point.
Relevant. I mean, we all have sort of a perception of what a goalkeeper should be. Catch the ball, and, you got to be big and strong, and you said that they can't play, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Their job is to stop the ball from going in the net.
In English
when
football,
these guys mess it up, because at the end of the day, they should just stop everything.
I can't believe it's taking you You're sitting between two central defenders. It's 25 minutes to have a go at us.
Yeah, first chance.
What about David Seaman? Has he been the best English goalkeeper of the last? Is he still number one?
He still is. I'm a big fan of David Seaman. I like that he's so calm and you know he does his job. He doesn't make things difficult. He just.
Is he as calm as you were? Or
he's nearly as calm as I am. No, but he is a fantastic goalkeeper, and that's what you want. You want somebody at the back that you can trust and play. He plays up to a certain standard every time he plays, and that's what you want. I mean, you'd agree with me.
Oh, he's a fantastic, and I think it's a tribute to him and Tony Adams. If you look at Liverpool's second goal last year, the own goal, where Adams didn't get across quick enough and David Seaman doesn't get down to his left-hand side quick enough, that they're still going, they're still competitive, they still want to win, he's still making vital saves.
This one,
that's a great save.
Interesting.
This keeps England in the game.
Yeah.
That's at 1-1.
Vital save.
And that is a fantastic save.
Well, not only that one, there's also a save against Finland as well. He's been outstanding for England since everyone questioned the fact that should he still be playing for England.
Well, the remarkable thing is this is actually his first FA Cup tie of the season because Richard Wright has played in every round.
But not.
He'd be disappointed. He's played exceptionally well until miss it in the final.
Not a surprise.
You've got to play what you
But that doesn't mean you say you'll not be disappointed. He's going to be really disappointed. The boy.
Okay.
But he's got plenty of time to get FA Cup.
That's what they always say. You've got plenty of time left.
Well, that's enough on goalkeeping.
Yeah,
they're
they're so boring, the goalkeepers.
They get in the way. I always think they always get in the way. Let's talk about
a decent central defender.
Let's talk about a central defender. We can hear now from Marcel Desailly. He met up with another of the game's great central defenders, or so he tells us. Mr. Hansen here. What a player he was today, Desailly.
He gave us one of the great defensive performances. The number of times he headed in the second half, the number of times he got in position. Look at this, up, heads it down, stay on your feet, get in position. This is what great defending is all about. You've won virtually everything in the game. You won the World Cup, European Championship, Champions League, FA Cup. Are you still hungry to win more?
For sure. You know that soccer is beautiful and the emotion of winning, it's so magnificent and you still want.
And the FA Cup, great competition to play in?
Yes, I was really, surprised about, the atmosphere and the desires also of the people, because of the FA Cup. This competition, it looks like it's really important here. And I'm lucky because I played the final in 2000 with Chelsea and we won it, and I could really feel the emotion of the FA Cup.
And you're playing against a great side in Arsenal. The atmosphere in the stadium, it should be electric.
Yeah, beautiful. Arsenal playing red. They will be half red, half blue. And Arsenal is also a kind of team that Chelsea don't like, really, because the record of Chelsea against Arsenal is not good at all.
Now, the Arsenal side have got Henry. Is he difficult to play against? Very, very quick.
Yeah, he's quicker than anybody. Then the thing is that you have to take some distance from him and or get the ball before he turns also. But I have my idea how to block him for this game.
And what idea would that be?
This is a secret. It's not anymore a secret if I tell you.
Are you going to go tighten him or are you going to back off him?
I mean, the idea is more to get tight to him when you think that he's going to get the ball, because if you get too close, then if you do the movement right to go left, then you're in trouble.
Arsenal have got a good front two, but Chelsea also, great front two. Hasselbank, Good Johnson. Have they impressed you this year?
When they play together, they are beautiful. They know how to play 1-2. They make great movement. We still need more from them because we believe that they are one of the best couple in England.
What about your centre-back partner, John Terry? You think he's going to be a very good player?
I'm happy because this season is the first season, complete season that he's doing. And it has shown that he can play at that level all the time, but he's now one of the best players.
But you look at the players that Chelsea have got, you look at the squad that Chelsea have got, You should be in the top 2, top 3. You should be winning the championship. Why is it that you can't win the championship?
4 years that I'm fighting for it, for that Premier League trophy. Then I don't know. If I had the answer, I would tell you straight away. Most of the games that we played against the biggest team, we have been playing well. We have been shown the people that we were really the good team that everybody was saying. But as soon as we play against a smaller team, then, I don't know, we lose something. Maybe we must have a bit more of concentration. Next season, it's another chance. It will be the 5th season for me in Chelsea, and we'll try. We know exactly where we have to work, and I hope this time we'll do it.
And what about Marcel Desailly? Does he want to play for Chelsea for the rest of his career?
Yeah, you know me, it will be finished in 2 or 3 years' time. Then I don't want to move anymore because I found a club where, you know, many famous teams asked me to come in their team, but I wanted to stay in Chelsea because I believe that Chelsea won the Premier League only in '55, I think, and winning with Chelsea could be something magnificent. That's why I still want to stay here and try and give the supporters that trophy who is missing.
And are Chelsea going to win in Cardiff?
Chelsea is going to try to win in Cardiff, yes.
But are Chelsea going to win?
It's going to try. You know, as me, as a soccer player, that it's not possible to say superstition. You never say we are going to win. We are going to try our best, and we'll see what's going to happen.
Well, he's won pretty much everything in the game, but he still harbours ambitions. He wants to win the league with Chelsea, but...
And he wants to win today,
yeah.
And I think that he's vitally important for him. His pace and the pace of Gallas at the back, if they don't play well, then Chelsea don't win.
Yeah. Well, why'd you ask him about his centre-half partner, John Terry? I mean, you should have known he wasn't going to be playing.
Not a journalist.
I'm not a clairvoyant, not a clairvoyant, you see.
But, I mean, Gallas is a good player as well, isn't he?
Gallas is a great player.
I think the great surprise, the great surprise about Gallas is that he's not broken through into the French team because I mean they're still playing Leboeuf alongside Desailly, but I mean the fella's been an absolute legend, and when you consider he played at Milan, he actually played in midfield in the team that they had, Desailly. But I think Alan's he was brilliant in the FA Cup semi-final. A bit like Petit, as the season's gone on, he's got better, but. It is the key today, that those two against Henry.
Yeah. I did ask him about his indifferent form in the Premiership, and he deflected it completely.
Yeah.
He wouldn't answer it.
One of those hard questions.
He's like a politician.
It'll be interesting to see how we.
Oh, there's Floyd Hasselbein there. Just let's see how he's moving.
He never
he's not very fast.
Looks normal.
He's gone all right.
So it's normal.
But you know, as Alan said to Desailly in the interview about how you're going to deal with Henry, and that will be a key thing for him today. So I think that they'll both get very, very tight, and they've both got pace, which I mean even against Henry, who's a flying machine. And I
think the problem that when you play against Arsenal. All right, you know that Henry's got great pace. I think the problem is how you pick up Bergkamp because he plays just off. Do you get one to come out and pick him up, or do you get a midfield player to? And it's so difficult. He's so adept at getting in that position, and he just where it comes into his feet, he turns and plays it around the corner. And before you know it's in the back of the net. So you've got to make provisions for him as well.
Let's talk.
That's why the John Terry thing. He wakes up this morning with the flu or whatever. That's going to be a problem for them because. John Terry and Desailly, they've played together. They've got the consistency now, and they've probably sort of already worked out the game plan, how they're going to do that. And now with Gallas, who is a great player, is coming in, it's just going to be that little bit of doubt now.
What about the Arsenal central defence? I mean, another experienced international performer there, Tony Adams.
He's one of the players I admire most. I really do. He came in, learned how to play the game. Great tackler, great in the air. Got a big heart. He reads it well.
He's a clever player. I mean,
he's a very, very good player.
I mean, as I said before, he's not the quickest of players, but you see, he just reads the situation, gets a ball cleared, and he's like with Vieira. He gets a ball, he just passes it. Simple. He's not trying to be clever in any way. And he's brave. Most of all, he's brave.
To think what he's gone through. I mean, in prison and recovering alcoholic, and he's still come back and played magnificently. In fact, it's a movie.
And played 19 years at
It's
the
going to
top.
be a movie, isn't it? We're all in it.
But also, I think his presence as well, both on and off the pitch, is a massive incentive to his teammates.
This is a game he actually played poorly, and I remember doing this. It was 5 minutes to go, and this guy thrives in adversity. If he's playing badly, he'll still come up with the goods. That was to win the league.
4-0, Pete.
He's just been a superb player, absolutely superb. And I'm saying he shouldn't be playing. What am I talking about? He shouldn't be playing.
I
don't know either. Watching that lot.
Well, he's playing alongside Sol Campbell.
Well, Sol's been out with a hamstring. I think that he's had a great time for Arsenal this season. After a relatively poor start when he wasn't 100% fit, I think he's come good. He's a very, very good player. I mean, obviously he's got the problems positionally, and when you're playing against the front two of the class of Gudjohnsen and Hasselbank, then you might have a problem. We shall see.
OK, now with two defenders and a goalie in the studio, it's not surprising we've thus far ignored the forwards. Let's restore the equilibrium. Earlier this week, I caught up with Thierry Henry. You've only been in the country about 3 years, Thierry. Has it been long enough to grasp the feeling that there is in this country for the FA Cup?
When I first arrived here and I was hearing stuff about the FA Cup, and when the FA Cup is around, you always have like old games and everyone is talking about the FA Cup and all the fans, it means a lot. And I really, realized how much was the FA Cup when we played Spurs at Old Trafford. The noise that day in that stadium was just... I played some games like as well important in a big stadium and stuff, but that was the most exciting game that I've ever played. So then I started to realize that how much it means for the fans and obviously for everyone in the team.
You enjoyed the cup run this year because you got to the final last year and you let that one slip. So you've now given yourselves the opportunity to put things right, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean it was like I still think about it now. Sometimes I have some moments when I'm at home. And as you know, when you play as a striker, when you didn't kill the game, and all the time I keep saying, sometimes some opportunity that I missed. But at the end of the day, that's the FA Cup final. Sometimes I thought we had the cup in our hand already, and then we lost it.
So now you really want an FA Cup winners' medal?
Obviously, as I always say, you might as well win it when you're there. So obviously, yeah, I'm more than focused to win that cup.
Marcel Desailly, great player, but do you know perhaps whether he's got a weakness?
No,
have you got a plan? That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't have any plan, it's just like I know Marcel well, as you know.
Because I can tell you something, he's got a plan for you.
No, but Marcel is always saying stuff in a joking way, but me, it doesn't really matter if I play against Marcel. I just want to win it no matter who is on the other side, they would still be my friend, I think, at the end of the game.
But I suppose it would be unthinkable to lose the league, but the FA Cup as well, all of a sudden you could repeat the double, even though you weren't there then. But
I think, I don't want to sound, pretentious or arrogant, but it's time. If you don't want to do it now, I mean...
There'll never be a better opportunity.
Yeah, a double is not that easy to do.
No.
It's really not that easy to do, and you can do it this season. And after we've been struggling, we lost that UEFA Cup final, then we lost the Cup final. All the time we were nearly there, and then that's why, we can almost can smell it in a way that, but it's not there yet.
You've done fantastically well. I mean, everybody says what a brilliant player you are. You've surprised a lot of people. Have you surprised yourself?
Yeah, in a way that I think I will be fair. Arsene Wenger surprised myself. When I arrived here, I was playing as a winger at the beginning, and then the boss said to me that he wanted to play me as a striker, and because I will have another another part on the game.
What did you think when he said that? Did you think, I'm not sure about that?
No,
or?
because even when I was playing in the national team with the French national team, he was coming to see me and saying that you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time on the wing. Play as a centre forward. I will tell you, and then everything is going to change. Then to take that risk, to relearn to play as a striker just before the Euro 2000.
Big gamble. But now you must think, good decision.
I have to give all the credit to Arsene, because sometimes I wanted just to give up, and he was saying to me,
give up the position, you mean?
Yeah, just give up the position, and he was saying to me, just wait a moment, he won't come back like you know, and he said to me, just wait, and he will come back, and you will come back in the national team, you will be playing in the Euro 2000, and you will score a goal, and everything that he said happened.
You've got a World Cup winners' medal. European Championship winners' medal. If you win the double and then go and win the World Cup again, you might as well retire at 24.
Well, listen to me, it's far to be done, you know, and it will be great to start with it. But as we were saying earlier, Chelsea are a great team, but that's the game to win, you know. So no matter what happened in the past, it's going to be a tough game on Saturday.
A thoroughly nice guy and not a bad player.
Just a touch. Defenders hate playing against pace, but when you've got pace in abundance and the class and the trickery to go alongside it, we've always said that we don't think he's a clinical goal scorer. If he has got a weakness, that would be it. But
he's only got 30 this season.
He's only got the 30, but he is just a fantastic player. And I mean, he talks about playing wide on the right, and Wenger transformed into a centre forward. This man here, when you talk about pure creation on the pitch today, there's only one man, and that's him. He gets into his feet, he looks, he picks the player out, he can play it around the corner, he can play it long, or he can get it turned and fire it into the back of the net. And he's in a hot streak at the minute.
Not a great day to be a goalkeeper, Peter. I mean, there's so much firepower out there.
We have to remember they're up against a very, very good defence. Gallas and Dissing, we talked about that. So it's not going to be that simple. It sounds very simple when you say that.
No, it's always
simple. But they are class players, and Henry is a very difficult player to play against from a defender or goalkeeper's point of view, because you can't read him. He's got so many tricks, and he does it not, he does it at pace. So
it's interesting what Desai said, that you've got to go tighten him. Don't let him turn and run at you. So right from the word go, as soon as it's played into Henry's feet, you've got to be right close to him, because if you let him turn, he can destroy you.
There's quite an atmosphere developing out there, Mark.
Brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. And I think, we were joking before about being here very, very early and walking on the pitch. There was already a good feel about the place. Yeah. Anyway, but it's like it just makes you want to play again. And even us old decrepit has-beens, you just want to play on days like this.
Yeah, people have always said the atmosphere in this stadium is great, but until you're actually here, and you're in the middle of it,
you believe us now then?
You don't understand. Well, I believe you now. So vital for this man to be.
Yeah, a big difference from this day into Wembley. Wembley is a good atmosphere, but this is just something I've never experienced before.
There's Jimmy. We've just seen Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank there. Now, I'll give you a little stat for you, if my maths are correct. Between 4 of the players out there, Hasselbank, Gudjohnsen, Thierry Henry and Wiltord, you've got 97 goals this season. Surely we're going to get a few today.
It's going to be 0-0.
Probably. Well, if it is,
I don't like it when you give us stats. He's got a great record against Arsenal as well, isn't he?
7 goals in 9 games or something.
He's also one of those who just believes he's going to score every time he plays.
And he doesn't need a lot of space.
I think it's a great mix, Hasselbank and Gudjohnsen, because what you've got the power and the pace of Hasselbank, you've got the technical ability of Gudjohnsen, and they play so well together. Such a good combination.
Look at this.
Very little backlift here, isn't it?
And here, this is a fantastic goal, top corner, from an impossible position.
This is the combination we're talking about. Into feet back, in the back of the net. The particular adept at Floyd Hasselbank going over the top of it and then turning Gudjohnsen, playing it around the corner and onto it quick. This is a great goal. Right foot, left foot.
I think for other strikers, I think he's very, very difficult to play with but they've obviously found the combination with Gudjonsson, because he's, you know, Hasselbank so single-minded, you know, I must score, rated by my goals, etc. But I just think Gudjonsson's a very, very clever player, and it's a good partnership.
And apparently they speak in Dutch, don't they? That's what they say, they speak in
On the
Dutch.
pitch.
And that foxes you completely as well.
Gudjonsson speaks in Dutch, but he's Icelandic.
He played
for PSV Eindhoven.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Good.
You're not telling me he learned Dutch.
Well, that's what they say.
I'm very impressed.
That's very clever.
Right, let's
Do you ever read your notes?
Nah. Well, I'll tell you, his dad's here. Who we played with together in the Icelandic team, which is a remarkable fact. Let's get to the match itself. I mean, everyone's saying it's a really difficult game to predict. Most people fancy Arsenal.
I fancy Arsenal. I mean, I think that 1-11 Chelsea is good. I think if you look at the personnel, is good. Two different sides to Chelsea. Times they can be delightful, other times they can be disgraceful. They're talented, committed 1 minute, and they virtually blow the opposition away. And other times you go on the pitch and they're going, who cares? Now, sooner or later, you take it into a big game, you'll freeze, you won't play. I'm not saying it might be today, but it could be. I think Arsenal are absolutely flying at the minute. They've got goals coming from everywhere. If they play well, I think they win.
Well, you read the papers this morning, it's a certainty. Arsenal's going to win it. You sort of sense how confident they are coming out of the camp. You heard Arsene Wenger on Wednesday, what he was saying. They've got the right dressing room. They stay in the right hotel. It's just everything is there for Arsenal to take. It's like they just have to turn up and get the trophy. But Chelsea's not at the best of seasons in terms of what they set out to achieve. So I've got a feeling that they're going to go out there and give it everything they have and just maybe steal it from Arsenal.
I'm in agreement. I'm going for
Really?
Chelsea. I'm
Got
going
2-1 in Chelsea's favour.
Yeah, I am going for Chelsea. I think it'll need big games from the goalkeeper and the two centre-backs, and obviously Gudjonsson and Hasselbank, combination Petit in midfield. But I fancy them today, as well as Arsenal have been playing, and I think they're due a bit of a blip as well, Arsenal. And, you know, you maybe say kind of heart over head, but I'm going to go for Chelsea.
Please go for Arsenal and make it 2-2.
I've got to be neutral.
Yeah?
I think Arsenal will win.
I'm hopeful for the match. I think there's so much talent, ability and quality in the pitch.
Yeah.
If we get an early goal, let's have a classic.
Let's have a classic indeed. Well, I think it's about time we hand it over to our commentary team for the final of the FA Cup, sponsored by AXA. Arsenal against Chelsea. For those of you with digital TV, press the red button to hear our mini Motties, don't forget that, or stick with the man himself. John Motson is with Trevor Brooking.
Well, you've given them a choice, Gary, anyway, and looking around this Millennium Stadium in Cardiff, our forefathers who invented the game never knew it would be like this. Exactly 130 years since the Wanderers beat the Royal Engineers at Kennington Oval, since when this special day on the football calendar has become more colourful, more committed, more captivating, more like a carnival, really, and these days, certainly, in terms of the players involved, more multicultural. No wonder the FA Cup commands and retains such a special place in our national game and in the affection of those who follow it. When it started 2 centuries ago, nobody had even thought of league football, never mind the World Cup or the European Champions League. It is undoubtedly a unique competition with its climax on Cup final day. And if it seems mildly inappropriate that you're watching a final being held in Wales, just consider another anniversary as we look down on this beautiful arena. It's 75 years since the trophy was carried out of England by the winners for the only time. Cardiff City, whose ground at Ninian Park is just to the right of that picture, down the road. And who did they beat in 1927? Arsenal, of course, who were then playing in their first ever FA Cup final, and who last year, in their 14th, thought they were about to carry the cup back across the border until the 84th minute and Michael Owen. So today their adversaries are from across London, a club whose chairman, Ken Bates, has just celebrated 20 years in charge, and he's built a marvellous ground himself now at Stamford Bridge, and his managing director, Colin Hutchinson, who is leaving Chelsea at the end of the season, has done a great job in assembling an international team. It's the first time these two clubs have met at this stage of the competition. They've clashed in every other round. And it's the 5th Cockney Cup final, by the way. Spurs versus Chelsea was the first, 1967. Spurs versus Queen's Park Rangers 20 years ago, the most recent before today. And then West Ham against Arsenal in 1980 and West Ham against Fulham in 1975. And the man sitting next to me played in 2 of those. Indeed, he did something any Chelsea player would love to do today. Scored the winning goal in the cup final against Arsenal. Good afternoon, Mr. Trevor Brooking.
Yes, I'm not sure it'd be a header today, but the strange thing is, what was 22 years ago, and at the time, naturally, you're elated, but I can genuinely say not 1 week has gone by in those 22 years when somebody has not reminded me of the header, because it was so unexpected, and it's been just a whole focal point in my life. So if somebody is lucky enough to conjure up a moment which wins the cup, I can assure it's going to be a special moment from that day on.
Well, there's a little bit of history waiting for somebody today, and the fans who are making a terrific din even before the teams come out. Just to refresh your memory, there's 74,000 people inside the stadium. Each club was allocated 26,000 tickets, and the prices range from £70 for the best seats down to £27.50 for juniors who come with adults. There are some at £20, and then pleased to see that the Football Association, looking after the disabled, they can come in for £10 and their carers for the same amount. And AXA's Balloon, they are in their last year as sponsors of the FA Cup.
Jack Cook, age 7 for Arsenal.
And the moment is close now when the teams will be coming out. I just wonder, Trevor, how you feel having played at Wembley and having been at so many finals there. How would you compare the fervour of this ground with the one which held the final for so many years?
Well, I think the key factor about Wembley, it's a historical venue, and it was just stagnated. It was dying on its feet, and it in the end had to go, closed, be replaced, and at the moment it looks a bit eventually might be replaced. But I think this venue is what a modern stadium is about. It's close to the pitch. There's quite steep banking on the seats, but actually wherever you sit in the stadium, you actually think you're actually hovering over the action. You actually almost feel you can reach out and touch the players, and it creates a terrific atmosphere, and it is special. And I think the players have responded to that. Whoever's played here do enjoy it, and they've put a good playing surface. Had a little bit of a problem with it initially, but they've laid this one less than 2 weeks. I thought the grass was a little bit long, but actually, the surface is beautifully flat, and I think the players think the venue itself is great.
Well, it's certainly the richest final ever. The winners get £2 million in prize money now that the FA have redistributed the fund, and the losers will receive £1 million. Might seem a little bit like pocket money for clubs like David Dean's Arsenal, who've spent so much on players, but certainly the incentive to win the FA Cup has been heightened by the new distribution. That's a replica of the trophy, the giant wobbly one there. Is dominating the scene just at the moment. Arsenal, who come here unbeaten in 25 domestic matches since they lost to Newcastle before Christmas. You have to call them the form team. And it's 55 years since Chelsea beat Arsenal in the FA Cup. That was a third-round second replay in 1947. And talking about replays, we don't have them now, of course, in the FA Cup final. This will be played into extra time if necessary, and then there would be a penalty shootout. And if there was, that would be the first one ever in the FA Cup final. The nearest we came to it was in 1993, when Arsenal were there again. They played Sheffield Wednesday, and the replay went to extra time. And in the very last minute, Andy Linnigan's header won the cup for Arsenal. But there have, of course, been penalty shootouts in other competitions here. Liverpool, Birmingham in the Worthington Cup comes to mind last season. Do you think it'll go that close, Trevor?
I think a lot does depend on what
type of Chelsea team we get today, because on their day they can beat anyone. With Johnson, if Hasselbank is fully fit, they can destroy defences. There's plenty of space here, and I think you know, they are one of the sides that could turn an Arsenal side that are full of confidence. I've seen them a lot recently. They are absolutely flying. I have to favour them at the moment. Certainly, I think it will be going to North London rather than West London. But I'll be very happy to be proved wrong, because it means it's going to be a super game then.
Well, Her Majesty's Band of the Royal Marines are walking down to accompany 6 talented young vocalists, the tenors and divas, who are going to be leading the singing in Abide With Me. Just earlier you saw a shot of the match referee, 37-year-old Mike Riley. What an honour for him at such a young age. Comes from Leeds and has a little bit of history with these two clubs, Mike, because he sent off Jimmy Hasselbank playing against Arsenal, and he sent off Martin Keown and Dennis Bergkamp in the same match earlier in the competition, round 4, when Arsenal met Liverpool. We're hoping he won't have to show the red card, or indeed even many yellow ones today. He's assisted, by the way, by Glenn Turner and Ralph Bone, his 2 officials on the line, and Mark Halsey is the 4th official or reserve referee. It's a nice moment in the tunnel, Trevor, before when the teams arrived. A big embrace between Emmanuel Petit and Patrick Vieira, I noticed, the former, well, still colleagues with France, of course.
Well, what a pairing they were together, and at Arsenal, and of course, you know, for the national team. Sure, they'll be figuring prominently in the World Cup. They respect each other, but there are so many, I think, individual pairings that match up throughout the 2 opposing sides that you know, can make a case for a lot of potential match winners. Who knows, it might be unusual people like Gronkiar, you know, who I think could be certainly one for Chelsea.
Some lusty and respectful singing there of the cup final hymn, and the sound really does stay in this stadium and reverberate around it, doesn't it?
I'm sure they're just now itching to get out of that tunnel area. I'm not sure any of them are singing along, but it is a great atmosphere. I think it's going to be an eruption, as we always get on these settings with both sides, and I'm sure just at this moment they want to get out there, settle down and get on with this game.
Tony Adams there is on a record today. Should Arsenal win and he pick up the FA Cup, it would be the 3rd time. The only other captain in the modern game to have achieved that in the FA Cup is Brian Robson, who lifted it 3 times with Manchester United. Arsene Wenger, who knows that man only too well. And Chelsea emerged from their dressing room, the unlucky South dressing room, as it's so called at this point in the afternoon. 1 or 2 superstitions being carried out. And now we are waiting the roar which will greet Arsenal and Chelsea for the FA Cup final of 2002.
They can hear everything from in there.
Big game, big players, big stakes. And here's the man who will lead Chelsea out. You'll recognise him straight away. Roberto Di Matteo, scorer of the fastest ever Wembley FA Cup final goal in 1997, 43 seconds. And scorer of the winner 2 years ago when Chelsea beat Aston Villa. His career sadly ended by a broken leg. Now listen.
Please welcome the two FA Cup finalists sponsored by AXA 2002, Arsenal and Chelsea.
What a gesture that is to let Di Matteo lead Chelsea out by Ranieri, the coach there. I mean, how many managers would give up the glory of leading their team out on Cup final day?
It's a fantastic opportunity, and perhaps Claudio believes he might be back here leading his time out, their side out. But great shame. It contributed a lot to the transition of Chelsea from becoming a mixed team with overseas players, and must be a great moment for him.
Yes, Chelsea won the FA Cup under Ruud Gullit. They won it under Gianluca Vialli. Now they attempt to win it under Claudio Ranieri, who himself has won the equivalent competition as a manager in Italy and in Spain.
Johansson, President of UEFA, accompanied by Mr. Jeff Thompson, Chairman of the Football Association, Mr. Adam Crozier, Chief Executive.
No royalty on Cup final day now. The chief guest is Lennart Johansson, the president of UEFA, who was so busy at the important FIFA meeting yesterday that he actually missed his flight, but managed to get here in time for the match. And he will be presenting the cup at the end of the afternoon. He's accompanied by the chairman of AXA UK, Anthony Hamilton, and the chairman of our own FA, a UEFA vice president, Mr. Jeff Thompson. Graham Rousseau looks in jovial mood. But I'm just thinking that Chelsea-Middlesbrough final when Di Matteo scored in the first minute, that was the final when Ravanelli risked an injury and was taken off very early in the game. One hopes that won't happen to Hasselbank.
No, you've just got to go with him, though. His calf's one of those. You hope I'm sure he's warmed up. It's just sometimes you're just having a little break. The ball comes to you suddenly, and you sort of spring into action, and that's when perhaps you get an injury like that. First time, interesting that also that all the substitutes at Chelsea came out to be presented to the guest. Arsenal just stayed with the starting 11. Normally that's the case, but the whole squad of Chelsea lined up.
Adam Crozier, the FA chief executive, is there too, sharing a joke with Tony Adams, and we'll confirm the teams for you and the substitutes after the national anthem.
For the national anthem.
See the French influence on Arsenal there, the arms around the shoulders, something the national team always do when they play a Marseillaise. And everywhere you look among these two teams, a talented player from overseas, but there are Englishmen like Frank Lampard hoping to make their mark here today. And the two captains, Desai and Adams, exchanging pennants. Let's check on the two teams. as they're announced over the public address system here in Cardiff.
Tony Adams.
Now then, Arsene Wenger had 3 major decisions to make. Number 1 was number 1. David Seaman plays his first FA Cup tie of the season with Richard Wright on the bench. That's also the fate of Martin Keown as Sol Campbell returns alongside Tony Adams. In midfield, Ray Parlour is preferred to Edu. There are 3 members of the French World Cup squad, Vieira, Wiltord and Henry. And alongside him, Trevor, Dennis Bergkamp at last gets the chance to start an FA Cup final.
And he's starting at a time when, well, the last few weeks, I think he's been in the best form I've seen for a few seasons. He's been absolutely magnificent. He's a supplier for the likes of Henry, Wiltord and Ljungberg. You know all about Ljungberg, but Wiltord does the same from the other side. Parlour be very energetic. And Laurent, good at right back in his distribution. Defensively, sometimes I wonder, and that might just be an area Chelsea could probe.
Well, Chelsea also have 3 Frenchmen. The captain, Marcel Desailly, former Arsenal double winner, Emmanuel Petit, and the pacey William Gallas, drafted in this morning when, as you've heard, John Terry woke up feeling unwell. Celestine Babayaro and Graham Lasso both return after injury, and Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank starts after that intensive treatment on his calf injury.
Yes, he's going to be crucial. Certainly wide on the right, Guionquiar is an unpredictable player, can be very exciting with the space here. He could well cause a little bit of a problem. Lampard from midfield must try and get forward and support with Johnson and Hasselbank. I just think the 2 fullbacks, Melchiot, Babayaro, they've got to watch those runs from out wide.
And on the bench, Arsenal players who've contributed considerably to the quest for the double there, all of them will be disappointed. And Chelsea on their substitute list there, Gianfranco Zola, the only player in the squad to have won 2 FA Cup winners' medals with Chelsea. So Mike Riley starts the 2002 FA Cup final. Traditional colours, Chelsea in blue, Arsenal in red with the white sleeves. Arsenal chasing the double. Both teams already qualified for Europe next season. Hasselbank, Lampard. And immediately, Freddie Ljungberg, who scored last year here against Liverpool. Parlour for Arsenal. Lasso steps in. Gallas. On the right, Jesper Gronkiai, hesitating there in front of his colleague Melchiot. Ball's out. Vieira looking for Bergkamp. One can't help reflecting on what happened in this stadium last year. Arsenal seemed to have the game wrapped up against Liverpool. They missed chances to go 2-0 up and were then really mugged by Michael Owen, weren't they?
Well, you just got to give credit to Michael Owen. That was him at his very best, second goal in particular. Arsenal defended and Liverpool broke. He used his pace and tucked it in with his left foot.
Will it be different this year? Desailly's header. Hasselbank. They'll be looking very closely, the Chelsea fans, at their top scorer to see if he has shaken off the injury. 29 goals for them this season. That's Lauren, the right back, who took a knock from Graham Lasso. And Lasso quick to try and apologise, but there'll be words here from the referee and maybe a booking.
Well, it was a sort of waist height. Lauren ducked down, and you can see. Yeah, Graham Lasso then went with his foot up. I think he did generally go for the ball, but he's got contact with the head, and that's why he's going to pick up a yellow card. It's a little bit unlucky, I think, but after 2 minutes, it's a dreadful time to pick up somebody like Graham Lasso who's had his disciplinary problems, and now he's got, 80 minutes to really be tense about not doing anything silly again.
Yes, he had that sending off against Tottenham, didn't he? And he's been trying to force his way back into the England squad, but injury hasn't helped in that particular pursuit. And it's now his foot which injures the Cameroon World Cup player Lauren.
It was more in the chest. I thought it got down to his head, but he actually took his head out of it. I don't think there's any problem that he's going to carry on, but I think it's just a bit unlucky. It didn't go quite through on it. I've seen a lot worse from Graham Lasso that's got him in trouble before.
They do have 38-year-old Lee Dixon on the bench if either fullback does need replacing today. But Lauren's not happy with the challenge, is he? And there have been some spiky matches between these two teams in recent seasons. There's been about 6 sendings off and a lot of yellows. And this one has started with a yellow card in the second minute. Thierry Henry underneath this with Desailly. Melchiot comes across to help. Arsenal trying to hunt Chelsea down on the ball here. Ashley Cole, in his England position of left back, has given the ball away to Frank Lampard in the Chelsea midfield. Outside him, Jesper Gronkia. Adams needs to clear. An Arsenal free kick. I must just say, I had a letter from a lady from Scandinavia who was very unhappy with my pronunciation of Jesper Gronkia, Trevor, but I've spoken to Peter Schmeichel and he says not only is that the only way I can say it, it's the way he says it.
Right, we stick to Gronkia. You just saw then what his game is all about. Giving it out to him wide, knocks it down, he's got pace and he'll try to run Ashley Cole down into the corner and get some crosses in for those two strikers.
Lampard. Adams challenged by Hasselbank. Lundberg. And Thierry Henry in familiar fashion, spreading wide.
He likes to play that left-hand side, and that's why they're out the two central defenders. They've got Gallas playing on the right side and Desai on the left, because Gallas is certainly the quickest of the central defenders, and he'll give an extra bit of cover to Melchiot.
Yes, it's bad luck on John Terry in the sense that he scored Chelsea's winner both in the semi-final and in an earlier round at West Ham. But woke up this morning feeling dizzy, and as the morning wore on, it was clear that he couldn't start the game. So Claudio Ranieri, who'd already decided to play Babayaro, I think, at left back, brought Gallas in at centre half. It's a foul backing in by Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. No surprises in the formations, Trevor.
No, both played 4-4-2. Like to tuck in when they lose possession to make a solid four, and then obviously try and get the width, particularly with Wiltord and Lundberg running to join Henry through the middle, with Bergkamp just dropping that little bit deeper.
Heidegger Johnson was making a run into the Arsenal penalty area then, but they delayed the free kick. Johnson and Hasselbank haven't been scoring as freely just recently as they were before. This is Babayaro, the Nigerian.
He's just done his groin turning there. His stud's just caught in the turf, Babayaro, and he hasn't played for a while, and I just think he felt his groin.
Good spot, Trevor. He's been out for 7 games. This is Lauren. Wiltord, who will test Babayaro on this side of the pitch. Number 11 for Arsenal down the right-hand side. This is Bergkamp. And Thierry Henry. Now it's Parler. Henry again. Cole's made a forward run outside him. The pass is overhit, and there was an offside flag as well.
Good to see Ashley Cole. They're getting forward, making that extra man. But Babayaro, as I say, Desai got caught in possession, and he actually just got his studs caught in the turf, and it was his right side of his groin, and certainly Wiltord needs to give him a little run to see if he's recovered from that.
I'm not so sure that Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank isn't struggling as well, Trevor. I sense that he's really... Oh, well, the referee's got something to deal with first.
Well, you can see...
Parler.
Yeah. But you can see Hasselbank with his sock already half down. He did it in the warm-up. He didn't sort of push off too quickly, and it's just a case you've got to give him a go. And if it goes early, then at least you've got 3 subs. So I'm sure will come on then.
Well, he was involved in that last challenge, but we're keeping our eye, or Chelsea particularly, will be keeping their eye on Babayaro and Hasselbank. And that under-hit pass just about reaches Lauren. And that was Babayaro winning the tackle for Chelsea. There isn't much cover for Jimmy Floyd on the bench in the sense of out-and-out strikers. I mean, Zola would have to come on, I think. Forsell is injured, and young Carlton Cole didn't make the bench. The other attacker is Zenden, who's a wide player among the subs. This is Freddie Ljungberg with Melchiot in the challenge. Lampard. And Kroenke and Melchiot just switching positions there for a moment, and the Chelsea right winger is being hassled by Ljungberg. Wiltord over on the left-hand side now. Forces the first corner. Chelsea fans behind the goal are furious. They think that was a goal kick.
That's the beauty of Arsenal, where you get Wiltord, he joins as a second striker. You know, they do interchange. Burkhardt drops that bit deeper, and that's when it is difficult to just keep a grip and keep your shape as a back four.
Tony Adams was 33-1 to score the first goal today. He's gone up for the corner. So has Sol Campbell. When we can find the ball, that is. Chelsea fans have kept it because they're cross with the decision. Anyway, the ball's been thrown back from the crowd now. Parler's in the 6-yard box. Coming from outside it, Adams, Campbell and Vieira. It was Tony Adams, but he pushed Mario Melchiot over.
Good deep corner from Henry there. You see Tony Adams coming at the back, just putting his arms down. It's fascinating when you think of two great goal scorers like Henry and Hasselbank, and most of the time they're taking the corner kicks on the left-hand side of their respective teams.
We said that in the semi-final, didn't we? And then Chelsea got their goal off a Hasselbank corner. Here's Ray Parler. Vieira's got Ashley Cole making a run down the left-hand side here. Henry. Kroenke for Chelsea. Hasselbank. Good Johnson's to his left.
Unlucky, actually, great run from Good Johnson. Hasselbank saw him, but just overhit it. But he actually just spun off and got behind Sol Campbell just for a second.
This is Cole. Gallas. This is Petit. Wiltord. Good tackle by Vieira. Lauren. And Hasselbank at the moment is adjusting his boot, I think. Campbell. Himself just back from a hamstring injury. I wonder how those two mini-mic commentators are getting on, Trev.
Well, at the moment, we've not had any clear-cut openings. I think Arsenal's just started, you know, the better, the little bit more composed and controlled. Ashley Cole's getting forward down that left-hand side. Chelsea getting quite a few people goal side, not conscious not to give Arsenal an early goal, which they've had in quite a few games in recent matches and cup ties.
Yes, they've made a whirlwind start, Arsenal, in one or two of the games I've seen at Highbury, and the opposition have been more or less demoralised in the first quarter of an hour. Not today. This is Petit. Lampard very involved in the early stages. Oh, and there was a bit of a collision off the ball there. It was Lasso involved again with Lauren. Referee was right up with it. Here he is, Lasso. And they clash again. Henry. Now Dennis Bergkamp getting into the game for the first time perhaps, but no. Cut out by Gallas. Lampard. Oh, good. Johnson's made another nice run on the right-hand side. Tony Adams tracking him there. Referee's given Arsenal a free kick. Good Johnson showed a certain amount of dissent, and Mike Riley has actually called him across. He didn't think he was responsible for that foul, and referee spoke to Johnson. I didn't see him show a yellow card.
No, he didn't. He just said, look, when I give a decision, just don't hold the ball, because he stopped Arsenal from taking a quick free kick.
Wiltord, Parlour, Adams. Arsenal with forward stretched right across the pitch here ahead of the play. Here's Bergkamp. Looks for Henry. Now there might be some space here. Thierry Henry. Wiltord's shot blocked by Desailly. Wiltord's got a great scoring record against Chelsea. And he got a shot in there which the captain blocked instantly.
Well, it's great how they'd swapped round. Wiltord had gone through the middle with Henry. He knocked it back to Bergkamp, who was playing wide on the right. Clipped it into Henry. With his pace, they're always a concern, so they dropped a bit deep. They did create an opening for Wiltord, but the shot was blocked. But good build-up play from Arsenal.
Oh, that's Hasselbank with the challenge on Vieira, who takes the free kick, looking for Henry. It's Gallas.
I think he started well. Gallas has been pretty occupied. He is the quickest in this back four, and I think he's going to be a vital cog if Chelsea are going to hang into this game.
Freddie Ljungberg trying to get round Melchior. Oh, a deflection, two deflections, and Babayaro finally volleys it clear. That's a foul this time. Sol Campbell on Gudjohnsen. "15 minutes gone. Lasso. Babayaro. Parlour for Arsenal. Pursued by Lampard. Trying to dig his way out of that centre circle. The pitch in shadow because of the bright sunshine down here in Wales. Usually is hot on cup final day. Here's Lampard for Chelsea. Gronkia. It's got support either way here. This is Graham Lasso.
I thought he was going to knock it wide with Gudjohnsen, but to be fair to him, he hit it pretty well. This is the one. Certainly out wide is Gudjohnsen, but he decides to hit it. Just bounces in front. David Seaman, nasty one, but I don't think there's any chance of it beating him.
This is Vieira. David Seaman now 38, playing in his 520th match for Arsenal. Having had a shoulder injury, which meant he missed quite a chunk of the season. His coach, Bob Wilson, is here today. He's retiring next week after many years as Arsenal's goalkeeping expert. It's going to be a free kick in favour of Ashley Cole. Oh, why have they given that away? Lampard. And he brings a save out of Seaman. That was careless by Arsenal, Trevor.
Well, Vieira is one that, you know, he deliberated over and actually anticipated pretty comfortably by Frank Lampard. He then goes forward, looks, shall I give it to somebody? And again, they hit the shot. You can see it swerving away. I think in the end a comfortable save, but you know, a little couple of signs of improvement, I think, from Chelsea going forward with Lasso and Lampard shots.
I think young Frank Lampard is, we call him young Frank because his father, who's here today, of course, played for West Ham with great distinction. He's made as good a start to the game as anyone in this opening 20 minutes. Here's Gudjohnsen for Chelsea. Babayaro. Petit. Lasso well forward again here, supporting the two strikers. And Chelsea have denied Arsenal the chance to get their attacking game going in the first phase of the final. This is Desai. Oh, charging on. Ray Parlour got a foot out. Desai went down. Player's gone on. And Hasselbank has thrown himself into a tackle with Parlour. And now Bergkamp trying to win it back. A few feet flying in midfield. This is Desai again. And now Bergkamp, offside. Lundberg.
Well, that was close. If Babayaro was the danger, and Lundberg actually might pick up a yellow card because he's flipped it over Cudicini into the net, and I think everyone had heard the whistle.
Just a warning to Lundberg from Mike Riley, but it must have been a mighty tight decision, that.
Yeah, certainly when it was knocked through, Babayaro is the one, the left back, who was close to playing the two Arsenal players on. Look, he's backpedaling there, and you just wonder whether he's going to play them on, but I think it definitely is offside. A yard or two, good decision.
Lampard for Chelsea. Gronchi. Gallus. Cole going in on Gronchi here. Vieira. Henry. To his right is Wiltord. He's got more to his left. That's offside. Ashley Cole does make some sprightly runs, doesn't he, from that deep position?
Well, he was away. Again, look, just goes that extra yard or two. Babayaro that time moves up well. It's a risky tactic with the pace of Arsenal. Chelsea have decided when the time is right to play it. They've got to get it right, though.
The assistant referee on our near side is Ralph Bone, and he's had his flag up twice, and each has been close, but he's been correct. This is Petit. Hasselbank now in the centre. This is the 15th FA Cup final for Arsenal, equalling the record held by Manchester United. They've won 7 of the previous 14. Chelsea have been in 6, and they've won 3 of those. 50% in each case. Lundberg. Getting Henry away. Bergkamp is in the centre, so is Wiltord. Henry pulls it back. Desai clears.
Well, that was classic Arsenal. Lundberg did superbly. Henry made the run. Once he's got away from him, you've got no chance. Got the wrong side of Melchiot. They just, fortunately, Chelsea defended well. They couldn't pick it out anyone in the penalty area.
Vieira to Cole. Henry and Bergkamp starting their runs. Now this is Bergkamp, and they didn't check him. Chelsea, and Dennis Bergkamp heads just wide. Loose marking, and the first real chance of the game.
Well, if it was on target, it was in. Cudicini's in no man land here. Gets stranded. Bergkamp knows that, tries to lift it, give it the height to clear the keeper, which he did, but he just took it away from the goal. Great ball from Vieira, and Bergkamp so close just to lobbing Cudicini.
Patrick Vieira delivering the long pass, and Bergkamp, who's been in such mercurial form. It's quite a day for him, because he missed the final in '98 with injury and only came on last year in the last few seconds when Liverpool were 2-1 up. Here he is again. Oh, great skill. Can he get on Wiltord through here, or even Lundberg? They crisscrossed a little bit and maybe got in each other's way.
With Gallus as well, his pace got him back there. Now here's a chance for Chelsea.
Hasselbank with Goodjohnson to his right. Sol Campbell, a masterful challenge. So, openings suddenly appearing at each end, and we have a Chelsea injury. Graham Lasso.
Sol Campbell, who got back, Tony Adams went in, Hasselbank took it past him, but Sol Campbell, again, from his point of view, Arsenal is vital. Good covering, defending, but it was the other end, certainly, where there was a couple of little openings. Gallus's pace getting him out of trouble.
Just got a shot of Claudio Ranieri there. His anxiety was really about Graham Lasso, who's gone over for some treatment. 5-year contract agreed between Ranieri and Ken Bates. Here's Sol Campbell. Lasso is back in action. Henry is down the centre for Arsenal. Well played by Gallas. Lundberg with Cole outside him, just testing Melchiot. Melchiot wanting the ball to go out, eventually it does. Over halfway through the first half, Arsene Wenger's team with a huge match, of course, next Wednesday at Manchester United. Twice Arsenal have won the double, and they did it a third time. That too would equal a record held by Manchester United. They've got to win the FA Cup first, and it's very tight here. Arsenal take the free kick. Bergkamp. Campbell. As though the final will be played here at Cardiff for the next 3 or 4 years at least, while the Wembley project is still on hold or hopefully moving on. And it is a good setting. Here's Melchiot. Gronchier. Hasselbank knocked that back in towards Gronchier, and then the flag went up for a late challenge, I think. But anyway, players gone on. Bergkamp appeals for handball against Gallas. Ranieri throws his arms up in disgust at that decision over on the touchline. But Arsenal have a free kick. Ranieri's had to be told by Mark Halsey to get back inside the coaching perimeter. Little cameo on the side of the pitch as play restarts with Lauren. Now Campbell. Got his arm up far side, wanted that delivered long. Lundberg. Petit gets a foot in. Desai is coming out of defence in commanding fashion. He's found Idika Johnson. That's a foul by Patrick Vieira. And the referee's gone to his pocket.
Mike Riley obviously want to just keep a lid on this, make sure it doesn't get out of hand. I think Good Johnson flung himself a bit up in the air to make more of that, but you mentioned just before, I think Desai has come out and tried to bring the ball out in the last 5 or 10 minutes, 3 or 4 occasions, a lot more than I've seen him in the past.
I've never seen him do it so often. It's 2 yellow cards though, Lasso for Chelsea, Vieira for Arsenal. That's aimed at Gronchier. Oh, and Cole didn't get there. Gronchier's cross, Adams. Still such a powerful figure at the heart of the Arsenal defence, the captain. Expert at making those sort of interceptions. Now Chelsea might have to make one now because we've got Lauren into Henry. And they do, and it was Lasso. Gronchier having a personal battle on that side of the pitch with Ashley Cole, who now goes past Johnson. And Arsenal have 4 up in the centre. Wiltord is coming in from this side, but Kudachini unchallenged. This is Melchiot. Chelsea really pushing up on Arsenal there, making them work hard to get the ball out and find Lauren. This side of the pitch, will to it against Babayaro. Thierry Henry making strides into the centre, but the cross evades him and goes into no man's land.
Well, he made a terrific run, got behind Babayaro. I thought he might really try and go and carry on himself. Came inside, and then Henry came towards him, and he clipped it beyond everyone. That was a waste.
Babayaro looking for Gudjonsson. That was Lauren. Petit. Lampard again doing good business for Chelsea. Gronkiai. 4 waiting in the penalty area here for a cross by Gronkiai. Blocked by Cole, whose header that was. This is Melchiot. Gronkiai again. And this time Cole obstructs him.
They blocked him with his arm. I think it's been one of the most fascinating tussles, actually. Cole's wanted to go forward. Gronkiai then, when he's got the chance, has tried to run him. As you see, comes inside there, just blocked him off. Body check, gets a free kick. Can they make something from this? This is when they would need the likes of John Terry from an attacking point of view.
Well, Graham Lasso with his left foot, I would think, will take it. Hasselbank and Melchiot are having a discussion about who should go where. And in fact, Melchiot's gone across to Lasso. I think Hasselbank said, go and have a word with him. So I wonder what they're planning here. Anyway, Lasso will take it. Is that rehearsed? Desai is in there. But if it was rehearsed, it didn't come off. Forward by Lampard. Gudjonsson. Hasselbank's route was blocked. That Dutch discussion between Melchiot and Hasselbank led to nothing.
Good ball from Frank Lampard again. He spread it wide to Gudjonsson. Great early cross, but Hasselbank couldn't, as you say, quite get in there, and he was the only one in the penalty area.
Half an hour gone in the FA Cup final here. Nothing between them. Supporters really enjoying themselves. Gronkiai, challenged by Lundberg. A lot of players on the pitch will be in the World Cup. Here's Lampard. It would appear that Hasselbank and Babayaro have shaken off the early injury scares. Now here's Vieira tangling with Lampard. Oh, referee decides to restart the game with a drop ball. It's keeping a very careful eye on things, Mike Riley, Trevor.
As soon as anything looks a bit might be developing, he just clamps down, and that's why he thought they might get a bit of aggravation, so he just blew the whistle and put it down as a quickly go for it, so as it didn't spill over into aggravation. But again, the game's got a bit scrappy, hasn't it? And players looking to bring the referee into it, and you don't want to see that.
Parler on Gudjonsson there, a free kick to Chelsea. Petit. Gallas. Gronkiai. Neither side finding it easy to open up the opposing defence. That's fairly obvious. This is Babayaro. Nobody really producing the piercing pass so far. Gallas. Melchior challenged by Bergkamp. In fact, it was Lundberg, I think, who made the tackle. Yes. No card this time. Campbell's marking Hasselbank. Adams is standing behind Gudjonsson. It's Campbell who wins the header. Wiltord. Henry and Desailly, the two French World Cup colleagues, in contention there. I was talking, wasn't he, Thierry Henry, in the interview with Gary Lineker about his relationship with Desailly. This is Parler. Arsenal attacking the end where the Chelsea supporters are gathered. Here's Lauren. Oh, that's given away to Gudjonsson. Poor pass from Lauren. Hasselbank, Gudjonsson again. And Vieira comes back to challenge. Gudjonsson's beaten him. This is Lasso. Oh, and Gudjonsson didn't really connect properly.
I think he was surprised Sol Campbell actually missed the cross. He does very well here, spreads it out wide. Then he gets into the penalty area. You see Sol Campbell tracking him back. And he looks as if he's going to clear it. He misses it, and then he just sort of shins it into the ground, not making a good connection.
The official crowd figures come through, 73,963 capacity for the FA Cup final. Melchior stretching. Petit. Hasselbank with Gudjonsson to his left. Campbell intercepts.
Gudjonsson was in. He does run superbly. They've got terrific understanding. Just the final pass from Hasselbank was cut out though.
Ooh, Tony Adams against Petit there. Just about got away with it. This is Parler. Sylvain Wiltord. Trying to trick Babayaro. He's got Freddie Lundberg on this side of the pitch as well. Poor pass. Bergkamp to Henry. Forward run by Lundberg. This is Wiltord. Oof. Lundberg. Wiltord again. Henry waits in the centre. Lauren! The nearest we've come to a goal in the first half, and it's the fullback from Cameroon who gets into the 6-yard box for Arsenal.
There's some great build-up play. It looks as if they were going to cut them open. Wiltord involved 2 or 3 times. Checks back out with the right, and Lauren now coming in. You see, look around, so just does enough to stop him keeping it down.
Well, that really is the nearest we've been in 37 minutes to the opening goal.
Wiltord was unlucky just before that when he turned and tried to thread Henry through. They'd have beaten the offside trap, but he just didn't knock it hard enough. Got a second chance and created that one for Lauren.
A warning for Chelsea as Babayaro plays the ball forward for them. Just a suggestion that things might be opening up a bit here. Lasso with Campbell. Still Lasso. Again it's Adams. Tower of strength in there. Desai commanding things in much the same way for Chelsea as Adams is for Arsenal. This is Gallas. Lasso again. Hasselbank's making his way to the far post now. Graham Lassau's cross. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank couldn't. Gronkier! I think there was a flag up actually on the far side. It's quite hard to see in the sunshine, Trevor, but I think it was an offside, or was it a foul?
I think Hasselbank was pushing. Graham Lassau does very well, hangs the cross up, and it's just here where he suggests he's pushing and pulling at Ashley Cole, so the whistle had gone then.
Thierry Henry is onside. He's got Sylvain Wiltord coming in from this side of the pitch. He'll retrieve it. He's got support behind him from Bergkamp. Lundberg is in the penalty area with Henry. Back to Parler. And now Cole. Wiltord. Bergkamp, Lauren. Still Henry and Lundberg wait. It's come off Babayaro. It's a corner to Arsenal.
Just think the last few minutes, the quality of Arsenal's attacking players just moved up a gear. Chelsea have done well to defend and hang in there, but there's a lot of good balls, good switching of movement from Arsenal. At the moment, Chelsea just back on their heels.
Well, forward again come Adams, Campbell and Vieira. Wiltord's in the mix as well. Marcel Desailly up, Adams up again. Foul, free kick to Chelsea. Tony Adams, 19 seasons with Arsenal. And shortly to be granted a second testimonial. Still a powerful presence in both penalty areas. What do you think Wenger and Ranieri will be thinking as they come up now towards half-time?
I think Wenger will feel his side have probably looked the more threatening, looked dangerous with their pace if they release the ball at the right time. Bergkamp's header and Lawrence's header are the two nearest opportunities. Chelsea defended well, but haven't created too much themselves.
It's come off the head of Desailly as Wiltord tried to get behind him. Here's Lauren. Forward by Campbell to Parler. A lot of passing without any real penetration. I think that can be said of both teams. Here's Lauren. Wiltord's just in front of him. Vieira goes into the penalty area now to join Henry. Wiltord. Campbell. Don't often see Sol Campbell do that, although I remember one memorable run in the World Cup of '98 when he covered nearly the whole length of the field for England.
I've got to say, if Sol Campbell had thrown that in from 35 yards, that would have been even a bigger shot than my header 22 years ago. That was unexpected. He didn't hit it cleanly. But again, Arsenal still having more of the possession. But as you say, only on the isolated occasion are they breaking open the Chelsea defence.
I just think you're too modest about that goal in 1980. Anyway, we're still waiting for one today, and we've only got 3 minutes left in the first half. Good Johnson looking for Gronkier. He's got past Ashley Cole. Now Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank in the centre. Gronkier's cross. Arsenal players on hand to clear. Wiltord. Vieira with 3 in front of him for Arsenal. Henry spreads out to the left-hand side. Lundberg takes up the central position with Bergkamp. Henry against Melchiot. Goal kick. Lundberg is to his left. This is Petit. Chelsea now with one or two options. Good Johnson to Hasselbank, and either Good Johnson is offside.
Was unlucky. Initially, I thought Hasselbank might have been offside, but when he knocks it in, he's not off, and that is a bad decision then for the flag to go up, because Sol Campbell it was who played him on.
Well, there is one for debate. Good Johnson having some grounds for complaint there. Vieira. Henry is down the left-hand side, marked by Gallas. You'd almost think it was the French Cup final at times, wouldn't you? It's throw into Arsenal on the far side. From a Swede, Freddie Lundberg. Or even an Englishman, Ashley Cole. Vieira. Cole again, Henry. Brought Lampard down.
Yeah, good to see Frank Lampard pop up straight away. No animosity, quick shake of the hands. I think it's that length of the grass. Once or twice Henry's tried to turn it. The actual grass has wrapped itself around the ball, and at the moment though, it looks as if we're going to go in goalless half time. I still think Arsenal probably have had the edge, but chances few and far between.
Just 1 minute of stoppage time, signalled by the fourth official. Chest of Petit, through the legs from Lasso, but it's Arsenal who win the ball with Bergkamp offside. Flags up again. That's also tight. Lundberg or Henry?
Well, Henry didn't get involved in the play. Lundberg wasn't offside. Look, the flag goes up because of Henry. I suppose, yes, he could have come involved and then he stopped. But Henry was the one, not Lundberg. I tell you what, Cudicini would have got there anyway, and he anticipated the through ball superbly.
Here's Lauren. This could be the last attack of the half. Dennis Bergkamp. Lauren again. Lundberg in the centre. Henry further over. Lundberg. And now on that note, Mike Riley brings the first half to a close. More promise than fulfilment, in fairness, on both sides. One or two players upset by refereeing decisions. In fact, as I speak, Mike Riley has one of the... Henry's gone up to the referee and still talking to him, in fact. That was a protest, I think, about the latest offside decision, but whichever way you debate them, the half-time score in the 2002 Cup final between the two London Giants is Arsenal 0, Chelsea 0.
Yeah, it's tense, it's tight, it's...
Certainly hasn't been a classic.
No.
Many goals did these four players get that you mentioned?
Well into the 90s.
Right in the 90s, yeah. Told you 0-0 written all of it. It is a bit disappointing, as I say, not a classic. I think that Arsenal have had the better of the chances, Bergkamp and Lauren, but Chelsea have defended really well, and Desai has been brilliant. I think that Petit's sitting just in front. He's trying to get in that area where Bergkamp is. Chelsea have got forward once or twice, but they've only had half chances. Yeah. I still think that Arsenal have got the personnel to win this match.
You're still happy with your choice of Chelsea, Peter?
Well, I think Arsenal had the best chances, but I think what Chelsea's doing really well is to squeeze the game. Yeah. The midfield is so compressed and they play so high. We saw the last incident here with the
it brings dangers with it, though, doesn't it?
But I think that's the way they play. They have to. They know the pace. They know they have to play high. And Cudicini behind, he's aware of that. What has been disappointing is when they go forward, when they've had a few chances, they haven't had enough people in the box. They've had 2 or 3 crosses that could have been dangerous, but nobody at the end.
Final ball's been poor generally.
It has. I'd be worried about the way Chelsea have played in pushing up high. You know, I think Arsenal are going to get in. I think it's fraught with danger playing that way against the pace of Henry, Wiltord and Lundberg as well. And yes, it's worked so far for Chelsea. We're still in it, aren't we? Us that went for Chelsea. We're still in it, but I think it's just.
At times Chelsea have given a good account.
At times it can be suicidal, but they ain't half doing it well.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing it as a unit, which is imperative. They're going back as a unit, forward as a unit.
And it's very difficult to play against.
But
because you have to beat that offside. Yeah. It has to come from midfield, and you've got Lumbia there who's making good runs, been caught out once, and I think he was onside the other time.
When it's tight, sooner or later the linesman will let you go.
Absolutely, and also the later on in the game it goes, one of the back four will just not be switched on. And there'll be
we'll have a look at one or two of the debatable decisions shortly, but the best chance of the half definitely fell to Dennis Bergkamp.
Great chance, and he'd hardly been in the game. It's a phenomenal ball to the back post. Patrick Vieira picks him up, has a look to see where Cudicini is, doesn't come, tries to lift it over him.
Peter, you think Cudicini should have come for this, don't you?
Well, as soon as he passed the ball, I said goalkeepers, and he didn't come. He came halfway, and you'd either have to stay on the line or come and get the ball.
You know the problem is just a shot stopper.
Yeah.
But also, listen.
You said that.
I know.
The other thing about that as well, though, and we said, you know, Desailly's been outstanding for him, but the position Bergkamp got between Desailly and Babiaro, very, very clever.
You think the goalkeeper should have come up there? It's a long way to come.
I know it's a long way to
come.
But what he did was he came halfway, and that gives Bergkamp a chance there. If he stays on the line, there's no way he's going to score from there.
If he stays in the line, Bergkamp brings it down and pings it in the back of the net.
That's questionable if he has got time to that, because he's still under pressure, isn't he? He's got
whichever way, he'll pick fault, so I won't worry about that. But now,
he missed a chance.
Another headed chance fell to Arsenal, fell to Lorient.
I thought it was very good build-up play. Arsenal have got control of the ball. Wiltord on it. Eventually he gets the cross in, but you watch Graham Lasso at the back post, I think he does incredibly well. He's not the biggest. When Wiltord ships it back post, Lauren runs in, great header, and I think actually hits Lasso. I think it's deflected off Lasso and goes over the bar. Good defending again.
Brave defending that. Well, I thought Melchior should have closed him down. As soon as he turned, he should have gone close to him. He gives him time and space to cross the ball. Can't do that.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't actually show it. Most definitely, Lasso had the last touch of the ball.
Mark, early on in the game, the best Chelsea could really muster were a couple of long-range efforts.
Yeah, I think Lampard's actually done well for Chelsea because he seems to have got himself a little bit of space in which to play. And I mean, it's an awful free kick. He reads it, and the great thing about it, he's committing people. He's running at people, and there was a lot of action on that ball actually when it left his foot. And all right, you say it's a comfortable save for Seaman, but you know it's a threat, it's a start. And
he reads this well, you see.
Very well.
And then he goes forward, Arsenal back off, give him the time to hit it, and it bends all over the place.
Tough to beat the old fella from there, isn't it?
Yeah, the angle we saw it from, you could see how much swerve there was on the ball, but at the end of the day, it was quite comfortable because it was from a long way.
This is Lasso hits it. Again, he's, you know, when he picks up there, a lot of space to run into. Arsenal defence again sort of back off, but that's comfortable. Although he does spill it, but
that's no problem. He just took a touch. I thought he would.
And Jimmy Floyd was in there quick. But what about Jimmy Floyd? I mean,
he looks a dummy, isn't he?
Yeah, he looked as though early on he wanted off.
Well, he was limping and everything. I think he was throwing one in. He was trying to get a bit of sympathy.
No, he did. He like put his sock down a little bit and he went, yeah, it's this one if you're watching. I'm definitely this one where I'm struggling with. And we thought at one stage, is he going to go off here?
Yeah.
But in essence, really, he seems to have got strong. He's obviously okay, but wants a bit of tea and sympathy.
10, 15 minutes in the match, he was complaining and moaning at the referee, and then the sock came down. Just get on with it. Get on and play.
That's him, though, isn't it? That's him.
That's Hasselbank.
That's him, exactly.
Right. The best chance of Chelsea, I didn't fall to him, though, did it? Fell to his striking partner.
It was a half-decent chance, and actually he did really well here initially, because he plays it into Hasselbank, gets it back, makes a strong forward run. Strength and aggression there, plays outside to Lasso. He gets into the box, Campbell misses it. Whoa. It's not a great chance. It's not a great chance.
It's a hard chance. He's just run 50 yards with the ball. You know, it's a really awkward and difficult chance for him because, you know, he's used his strength, he's used his pace, held off the defenders, played it out.
It would have been some goal.
Well, I would say then he's got to get in there, and he doesn't see it until very, very late. And I think we're being harsh on him.
Shinned it.
We like to be harsh.
Are we going to be harsh?
You're harsh as well, aren't you?
He's harsh all his career. Are we harsh on the lines or the referee's assistant, as we should call them?
I think at least on one occasion.
Look at this. He's on side.
Youngberg. That's tight. That's tight.
but it's so tight, and the pace they have.
But he's not the one that
for the linesman, isn't it?
But give him due credit, the referee's assistant, because when the ball's played, he doesn't know where it's going to end up. And there was one player definitely offside. I think that's a good decision.
Yeah, but Mark,
well, that's offside there, but he doesn't give it for that. He gives. Look, his flag doesn't go up. You can see him in the top of the picture. He's not giving it.
Plays on.
Do two wrongs make a right? That's what I want to know.
But Hasselbank was offside originally.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do two wrongs make a right?
It's such a difficult thing to determine. Also, in the modern game, they talk about passive and active, and you never know what is passive and what is active.
But that's why you can't keep doing it, because they'll get one wrong. They will get one wrong.
Well, no, they've got them all wrong.
They'll get one wrong.
Get one right.
You get them wrong and it'll be right. Yeah. Somebody will be in and score.
So it'll be 5 wrongs, mate.
You're confused.
Right. I'm confused, but Desai largely's got it right.
I think he's been terrific. He's been good in the air. He's blocked. He's tackled. He's got tight. This was decent play. Bergkamp plays it in.
Good ball.
Good ball in. And Gallus stands up well. Henry, I think, hits it back to Wiltord. Watch this for a block. Oh.
Yeah.
Great block.
He's like what a captain, what you look for in a captain on a cup final.
Sort of bloke you'd like to play behind.
Yeah.
This one, look at it. He's flying here. And he gets across again. Just gets in a great position. Imperious.
In all honesty,
he wants to win this game, and that's obvious.
In all honesty, you could have done the same thing with Tony Adams at the other end. I know we haven't got time, but he was just the same for Arsenal.
All right, we'll talk more in a moment, gents. But there's another big City Cup final derby taking place today, of course. In the Scottish version, it's Celtic chasing a second successive double against Rangers. It's also half-time at Hampden. Tony Gubber will bring us right up to date.
1-1 in the Old Firm final, with Rangers recovering from 2 first-half setbacks. For 15 minutes, 35-year-old Claudio Caniggia, recalled to the Argentine World Cup squad, was Rangers' thorn in Celtic's flank. But a tackle by Chris Sutton, playing again as a central defender, put Caniggia out of the game and maybe out of the summer too. And as he was stretchered away, Celtic took the lead. John Hartson left unguarded at a post to head in following a corner. The electrifying pace of Denmark's Peter Lovenkrantz came to Rangers' rescue, coming in off the right wing to score with a left-footed shot. The one flashpoint of bitterness between these teams was quickly smothered by referee Hugh Dallas. 1-1 half-time.
Right, 2 more cup finals to bring to your attention. Both are live on the BBC. On Monday, there's the Women's FA Cup final. Fulham versus the Doncaster Bells. That's on BBC1. That's clearly not it. That was Celtic 1, Rangers 1, but you already knew that because Tony Gubber has told us. That's the one we were looking for. That's on BBC1 at 12:40. Then on Wednesday, there's the UEFA Cup final between Feyenoord and Borussia Dortmund. I'm sure you won't want to miss that one. BBC 2, 7:30. And then, of course, there's Alan Hansen's little documentary that's coming up. That's looking at the future for football. It's called Football Against the Wall. That's Tuesday, 10:35. Alan, I bet that's a jolly affair, isn't it?
It's all gloom and doom, as it were. No, football is in a bit of trouble. Wages are escalating, but the television money is going to dry up. Everybody knows the problems are wages. They have a lovely occasion called wages to turnover ratio, and if you go above 70%, you're in trouble. The vast majority of clubs in the Premiership are above 70%. So the wages are the problem, but nobody knows what to do about it. And I think the boom
But you've
days,
sorted it out.
I've sorted it out completely. The boom time for the players is over. The big players are still going to earn big money. It's the players below them that'll have to start taking cuts in wages.
So it's all doom and gloom, Al, then.
Yeah. We've got to stay in for Tuesday.
Oh, we must stay in for that one then. Now, on a hopefully brighter note, coming up in just a few weeks' time.
that picture, will you?
Hardly wait. And Peter, you're going to be part of our team for the World Cup, so that's great.
Look forward to it.
Look forward to that. Should be quite exciting.
You're going to argue with everything.
If we get
you and Martin, I can't wait to see you and Martin O'Neill.
We'll have to wait and see.
Right, well, let's get back here. The FA Cup final, there's no goals yet. It's Arsenal 0, Chelsea 0. Chelsea have made a change, we hear. John Terry, who was apparently suffering from a virus, has been brought on for Babayaro, who's clearly struggling.
Well, you know, John Terry's got a virus. He's come in against the quickest man in the country, potent attack force. It's a massive, massive test for him. I mean, he is a good player, a good young player. Played excellently in the semi-final, but to come in a game of this magnitude, if you're not 100%, well, we'll wait and see.
And you were talking about stability of defence. I mean, now they've got Gallas going on the left.
I'm just thinking that, you know, with him coming out, even being on the bench, that he would have been all right to maybe play, but because he was feeling poorly in the morning, they said, OK, we'll leave it and just see if the other thing works out. But, I mean...
It's not an ideal situation.
Peter, it's got to be enforced, isn't it? Otherwise, you don't bring him on, do you?
No,
Babayaro's obviously got a problem, and Ranieri thinks this is the only way he can rectify the problem. So they are taking.
You've got a player who's got problems with his balance, and you won't even put him on the bench. I think he's been all right all the time, but because he was ill this morning.
Yeah.
He had a fitness test, didn't he, this morning?
And he
passed
the fitness test with Hasselhoff. That's what he said.
Yeah. So he'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's no problem. I think Arsenal will just keep playing the way they're playing. You know, they'll play up to Bergkamp, get it back, and try and get through, try and utilise the pace up front of Henry.
Yeah.
But Chelsea, I think Chelsea have got to try and get more men forward. And that means taking a chance, and hopefully by doing that the game will open up.
Ranieri,
we might see some goals.
Yeah, we've seen Ranieri just fiddle with his side during matches quite a bit, and his tactics. You expecting him to change things, Mark?
No, not. I mean, obviously, if this is enforced, then it's enforced. But I think what he has done early on in his career at Chelsea was he changed the tactics during the course of the game. I don't think he'll do that today. And over the last few months, Chelsea have started to play better, and he hasn't changed.
Yeah.
So I don't see him doing that today, no.
Peter?
I mean, Solo's been warming up for the last 15 minutes, and I think at some point he'll put him on. If it's still 0 after 15 minutes, he'll come in, and then he'll try to go and win the game, because what you said there with the players forward, that has been the problem. They're all too defensive minded.
I think it's what we said before. What you've got to watch out for is the Chelsea back four pushing up and trying to hold.
OK, well, still all to play for. Let's rejoin Trevor and John.
Thank you, Gary. The substitution, Trevor, of Terry coming on for Babayaro, I presume that means Gallas switches to left back.
Yeah, I would assume so. I think Babayaro's apparently his groin that we saw early on was getting worse, and so Gallas going to left back. I mean, the lads mentioned how well Desai played. I thought Gallas was absolutely magnificent as well, alongside his pace. Helped the back four get out of trouble once or twice, but John Terry is definitely a central defender who'll play alongside Desai, and it will be interesting just to see whether, you know, they work the offside as effectively, but also with Terry and Desai, they've not got quite the pace that Gallas provides to retrieve a situation, and Gallas, as I say, is not a natural left back or a left-sided player.
Well, Sven-Göran Eriksson, the England coach there, who names his squad next Thursday. John Terry, promising though he is, wouldn't be allowed, or Sven wouldn't be allowed to select him because of a court case pending over the Chelsea defender, but he's certainly back in the cup final when we thought he might not be, having scored the winner in the semi against Fulham, John Terry. And Arsenal to start the second half, playing now towards their own supporters. And the cup final next season, by the way, will be the last game. The idea of playing a Premiership programme a week later is thankfully going to be abandoned. Does seem a bit back to front, that, to me. Here's Wiltord into Bergkamp. Thierry Henry giving John Terry his first test. In fact, he left it to Melchiot. Terry is wearing number 26, incidentally. This is number 23 for Arsenal, Sol Campbell to Lauren. Now Wiltord. against Lasseau. Lauren down the line. Oh, headed by Desai. It nearly fell for Lundberg. Here's Cole. Vieira. Oh, nice ball. Thierry Henry for Arsenal. Oh, beautifully done, but well saved Cudicini, who read what he was going to do.
Well, great save by Cudicini. Terrific ball from Vieira. Melchiot goes to sleep and actually just has to wait for it to come down, so he doesn't hit it with his left, comes inside and sort of stabs it and can't quite get the power to beat Cudicini. Tries to pass it into the far corner.
Looked like number 31 of the season there for the Arsenal top scorer, Thierry Henry. But the Italian goalkeeper once again showing that he has great reflexes and reactions. Lampard for Chelsea. This is Petit to Hasselbank. That was helped on by Lasseau. Onside for Johnson if he can keep the ball in. Well, he did marvellously well to force a corner out of that. So now Chelsea make their first thrust of the second half. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, as we said in the semi-final, is the corner kicker on the left-hand side. A goal came from this against Fulham. John Terry, the man who scored it, is just behind the penalty spot. Petit is on the 6-yard line. William Gallas is arriving now. But David Seaman makes it look easy. And throws out to Bergkamp. Challenged by Lampard here. Oh, the flag's up. That's deemed to be a foul, and Bergkamp takes the free kick mighty quickly to Vieira. Oh, carelessly gives the ball away. Now then, Hasselbank for Chelsea. One of those early shots of his.
Set himself up well. Sol Campbell just blocked it, took the sting and the pace out of it, but much sharper, brighter start to the second half by both teams, I think, from an attacking point of view.
That's twice Patrick Vieira has had a little bit of aberration in his passing today. This is a lot of goal kick. Just left his opponent on the ground there. Ashley Cole. It's Gronkiar who's hurt. I was about to say, so there's an awful lot of speculation about whether Vieira will stay at Arsenal. Do you think he's had his best season or not?
Oh no, he's not had his best season this year. I must say, for the first half of the season, I thought he was almost playing like somebody was going to go at the end of the season and perhaps wasn't going to get injured. This is the chance here. He wanted to hit it with his left, but it's sat up on really. It gets tucked underneath him and he can't get the power. But going back to Vieira, I think he has got better as the opportunity for the side to get the double has emerged, and he is a wonderful player. If they do the double, then perhaps he might give them that extra year to see if they can achieve it in the Champions League.
In the meantime, it's Frank Lampard for Chelsea, inside to Hasselbank. Lasseau was arriving at a rate of knots there. Now this is a better game altogether. There's an increase in tempo at the start of the second half. As we said, Gallas has gone to left back in the Chelsea switch. Lasseau still on the left side of midfield, though, and doing well here. Floating it in towards Hasselbank. Seaman comes out.
Good take by Seaman. He actually spun off Tony Adams well, Hasselbank, but just again overhit.
Sven-Göran Eriksson will be pleased, among other observations, that David Seaman looks in resolute form. He is, in the England coach's mind, still the #1 goalkeeper. Vieira. Campbell. Melchiot's header. Petit to Lampard. That's a foul. Parler on Hasselbank. Wayne Parler, who gave away a free kick when he came on last year here against Liverpool, from which they equalised. He'll be hoping fate doesn't deal him an unkind hand again here. Petit takes it, and here comes Gronkier. Hasselbank and Gudjonsson still waiting in the centre for Chelsea. This is Melchiot. Poor cross. Frank Lampard's having an effective match in the centre of midfield.
Well, one of the areas I don't think Chelsea have got anything from at the moment is the two fullbacks from an attacking point of view. Caballero probably because of his injury, but certainly Melchiot hasn't done well.
Melchiot with the long throw. Here's Gudjonsson. Desai comes in here. Is there a flag? No, there isn't. Hasselbank was just beaten to it by Campbell. It's a Chelsea corner, and the Chelsea crowd rising to their team. Hasselbank will take it. Petit goes onto the goal line. Gudjonsson just behind him. John Terry forward again. Is there something here for Chelsea? Gallas trying to get the flick on, but the ball comes out very nicely for Sylvain Wiltord. And Thierry Henry trying to help it on, but Arsenal were too hurried. And the noise is deafening now. Here's Cole. Terry with Bergkamp. Defenders still winning most of the personal contests, I would say. Gronkier.
Good noise, of course, because now both sides attacking the ends. Goals have got all their sets of fans behind the goal.
Absolutely, it's lifted the whole occasion, Trevor. Here's Parlow. Melchiot. Little back heel. Gronkier. Melchiot again. It needs a good cross here, but it's broken down, the Chelsea attack. I wonder if we'll see Zola.
From an attacking point of view, Zenden and Zola are the two most likely. I think Zola would be first choice. It's just a case, though, whilst they're doing well solidly and you need the midfield people to protect the back four, I think Ranieri would be quite happy just to keep the shape of his team at present.
Well, he'll be pleased with the way they've performed so far. They've subdued Arsenal to a great extent. Here's Henry. Oh, Bergkamp wanted that early, didn't get it. In fact, a bit of shirt pulling. Arsenal get a free kick against Terry. Ljungberg plays it back to Cole. Adams. Bit of space to move in here. This is Ljungberg. It's come off Melchiot for a corner.
But again, Frank Lampard helped Melchiot. They doubled up. Lampard and Petit have worked very hard, the two central midfielders, just to help out with defenders so no one gets one against one.
Campbell and Adams are on their way forward again for Henry's corner. It was a corner that led to Arsenal's winner in the semi-final against Middlesbrough. Not this time, it's headed away by Emmanuel Petit.
So now we've not seen why Hasselbank and Henry are taking the corners, because a lot have been cut out too frequently at the near post.
Well, the delivery from crosses generally hasn't been great today, but this is Petit. Gudjonsson's away on the left-hand side. Hasselbank down the middle, comfortably cut out. Now it's Bergkamp trying to find Wiltord.
It was a great run by Wiltord. You've got to say well done to Gallas. His pace again, he's left back now, and he covered it superbly.
He's mighty quick as Gallas. This is Gudjonsson trying to find Lasso. A lot of moves are breaking down, but in a way that's giving the defending team the chance to get on the move straight away. This is Ljungberg. And now Henry. Ljungberg's down injured, but Arsenal have two in the penalty area, Wiltord and Bergkamp, but it's a corner.
Freddie Lemberg it was who set up the attack. He took the ball and went past John Terry superbly, and then when he tried to cover, Melchiot came in with the challenge that caught him.
Protest to the referee by Desai and by Gronkiar. I don't know whether that's because they didn't think it was a corner, but anyway, that's what's been given. Campbell now goes into the 6-yard box, right onto the line, in fact.
Can they miss out the near post?
Patrick Vieira is in there too, and Adams. No, they can't, actually. Well called. Bergkamp. Over the head of Melchiot. Now, can Henry capitalise here for Arsenal? Lundberg just inside him. Oh, it's that little ball in that Lundberg loves to latch onto. Didn't quite find him this time. And Chelsea defending stoutly. Gronkiar. Ashley Cole kept it in. Bergkamp. Parler. Petit. Hasselbank. Heidegger Johnson away to his left if he can keep his feet. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. Here is Gudjohnsen. Oh, David Seaman had to turn it over the bar.
Great save. That was in. Wonderful effort from Gudjohnsen. He hesitated. He went for the top far side of the goal. Seaman saw it late, was dipping under the crossbar, had to get his hand there, and he did.
Corner to Chelsea. Melchiot will take it. Gudjohnsen, who did a very similar thing in the semi-final when he hit the frame of the goal against Fulham, this time thwarted by a magnificent save by the England #1. There's a bit of debate about which side the corner should be taken. David Seaman pointing to the right-hand side, Mike Riley to the left, which means Hasselbank will take it. William Gallas is up there with John Terry. So is Desai. There's Terry, scrambled away by Vieira. Wiltord. Henry just inside him. Freedom on this side of the pitch for Dennis Bergkamp. First touch of it to his usual stand.
Fascinating how both sides have looked a little bit vulnerable when actually they've been attacking and suddenly the opposition get the ball and break.
Desai was in difficulties there. He's given it straight to Lundberg. Henry. There are 4 blue shirts around Thierry Henry there. And Chelsea once again smuggling the ball out of defence. And it's Melchiot to Gronkiar. He's onside. Gudjohnsen and Hasselbank in the middle. Jesper Gronkiar for Chelsea. Graham Lasso.
He did everything right. Came inside Gronkiar, terrific run in the first place, picked out Graham Lasso, shapes to hit it with his left, comes inside on his right foot. But a bad finish.
Well, nearly 15 minutes gone in the second half, and this was the David Seaman save from Heidegger Johnson.
I don't know which one was the bad shoulder, but it was a good save. Saw it late, coming out the sun.
David Seaman selected, despite the fact that Richard Wright played in every round between the 4th and the semi-final for Arsenal. You need your big players on the big occasion. Arsene Wenger said to me before the match, you have to disappoint people, but these days for Arsenal, every game's a big game. Gudjohnsen. Terry. Gronkiar killed that well. Early ball in, too early.
Just had a little few minutes. Gronkiar just shows how dangerous he can be. He can look really poor at times, then suddenly springs into life. He's got the pace. He seems to run for all day, and just the last couple of minutes is stretched Arsenal down this flank.
And Chelsea have really dug in now in the second half. They've, if anything, looked the more dangerous side at times, and here's Cole. chasers, Chelsea the cup specialists. It's finally balanced. Dennis Bergkamp making a run down the right-hand side now. Cut out by Desai, who's been immaculate. And also, at times, very cavalier. Look where he is now. I think Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank is still showing signs of that injury. He's slowed up a little the last couple of minutes, but here's Gronka, and Hasselbank's still there for now. He's definitely still there. That's a corner.
What a recovery from Tony Adams there that was. Again, Sol Campbell was put under pressure, poor clearance. Gronka picked it up, come outside, and then it comes off Tony Adams. You think Hasselbank's going to have the shot, but he makes the tackle.
Lasso will take the corner. Terry is there on the penalty spot. Desai about to join him. Desai at the far post. Melchiot! Oh, put back in by Terry. No, the ball was... oh, there's a bit of a push. There's a bit of trouble on the far side of the area. The referee had already blown for a foul, and then one or two Arsenal players got involved. I think with Desai.
Well, he climbs above Tony Adams, certainly uses his arms then, so I think after this it's elementary, because I think it was the first challenge, and that was where the aggravation started.
I think Ashley Cole got a bang on the head during all that penalty area chaos, and in fact he's receiving attention right now. He was on the line, Ashley Cole, trying to help Seaman to scoop the ball out. Gary Lewin was quickly on the field. The physio.
Certainly the best spell of the game as far as Chelsea from an attacking point of view. They had put them under pressure, the Premiership leaders, and of course they've defended well. They've hung in there, weathered the storm, and they certainly are dangerous on the counter-attack, Arsenal.
Gallas. Lasso. Johnson makes his run the other side of Campbell, but one man who hasn't shown any reaction to his recent injury is Sol Campbell. Petit for Chelsea. Gronka. Good return ball by Lampard. Vieira stretch, couldn't get there. Cole did. Vieira the second time. Arsenal have been under the cosh a little these last 5 minutes, but this is Bergkamp. Wiltord. Henry is to his left. Henry to Wiltord. Oh, dear. Such a good scoring record, Wiltord, in FA Cup games, certainly last season, and also against Chelsea as well. 16 goals he's got this season, but dear, dear.
I thought this was going to be a typical Arsenal. They've been on the rack, a built-up play, then suddenly on the break, Henry did superbly, held it up, dragged defenders in, released Wiltord, and not to even get it on target and make Cudicini make a save was a terrible waste.
Is up on the left-hand side here for Chelsea. Tackle was by Parler, and the throw-in under protest is given to Chelsea, wasted immediately. Vieira to Bergkamp. Now then, he's trying to find Henry. The defender is Melchiot. But it's certainly a very rapid flow to the game. Hardly any interruptions at all. You almost think something's got to give. Gronka. Good, Johnson's looking for a position in the centre. Hasselbank's there. Comes out to Petit, but he couldn't control it. And his former colleague in the Arsenal midfield, Patrick Vieira, starts their attack moving again. Bergkamp. Just that final ball that's missing on both teams at the moment. Petit. time last year, or a bit later, put Arsenal into the lead against Liverpool. Ball was out, according to the assistant. Now, I think we might be seeing the first sign of a Chelsea change, and there he is. Double FA Cup winner, Gianfranco Zola. He'll get a phenomenal welcome if he comes on, because he's probably the most popular player, arguably, that Chelsea have ever had. That might start a few arguments, actually. Well, I know Chelsea fans who really believe it. Parlour. To Johnson. Hasselbank on the ground. Free kick given. And here comes the change. And Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank is limping towards the touchline. The calf strain has caught up with him after 67 minutes. And it's Hasselbank off. And listen to the reception for Zola. Disappointment at the same time, of course, for Chelsea to lose their top scorer. Will Zola play just off with Johnson, Trevor?
I would have thought so. Yeah, it's a great shame Hasselbank hadn't been at his best, I don't think, today. But Zola offers a different option. Have to knock it in more to feet, but his subtlety and variation of pass could unlock the defence.
Here he is now with his first touch, picking it up from Lampard. Getting bustled out of it a bit there, but gets a touch nonetheless. Scorer of one of Chelsea's most famous goals in the Cup Winners' Cup final in 1998. Here's Henry. Lauren Wiltord. Bergkamp. No, it's Petit. Free kick to Chelsea. Arsene Wenger came right out to the touchline there, out of the perimeter area, to make a fairly forceful point to somebody. Anyway, it's Chelsea who have the ball. It's Gronkier. He's taking on Cole. Parlour, just in time as Lampard challenged. Adams. Wiltord, all good running by Ray Parlour here. He's got two to his left, but Parlour shoots! Oh, Ray Parlour has given Arsenal the lead in the cup final with a belter. Oh, what a shot! 69 minutes gone, and Arsenal take the lead.
Well, what a goal. Built on, he plays a massive role in this. Releases, he knows Parlour's gone, he thinks he's going to knock it, they back off, they just give him a bit of space. Cudicini then gets the faintest of touches. We've spoken about all the flair and the skill of the overseas players, and it's an English midfielder who comes up and clips it in the top corner. Cudicini, having got his hand there, should he have just done enough? But it's a wonderful strike, great goal.
Only Ray Parlour's second of the season, but at last the FA Cup comes right for him. He was disappointed in 1993 when he was dropped for the replay against Sheffield Wednesday. Came on last year and gave away a free kick from which the game changed. Now, with that superb strike, he puts the team chasing the double ahead in the FA Cup final of 2002. Has had a hat-trick, of course, in Europe, Ray Parlour, in his time, so he knows where the goal is. And what a goal to open up this final. Now, what have Chelsea got in reply? Idiger Johnson, Zola, Petit. Arsenal led 1-0 last year, and it was around this time in the game that Ljungberg scored. And they kept the lead until the 84th minute, and then lost 2-1. Another change is imminent.
probably going to tighten it up with 20 minutes to go. He's got noses in front, Edu, who's been doing well in recent weeks in the centre of midfield, and it's usually about certainly 70 minutes that the likes of Dennis Bergkamp comes on. It's normally Kanu that replaces him, but with them having just got the goal, I think you'll find Edu will go into the centre, and Parler, the goal scorer, will go out onto the right just to strengthen the midfield and try and protect the back four.
Well, Henry went across to the touchline as well to get instructions from Wenger, presumably about the reorganisation. Bergkamp is off, and Edu, the Brazilian, is on.
Exactly, it's Edu in the centre with Vieira, John, and yeah, Parler's gone to the right, and Viltord will just play through the middle with Henry.
Yes, they've reshuffled the pack. Here's Adams. This is Edu.
The other option for Chelsea now, of course, looking at the bench, is Zenden to give the width over another side.
Sola to Johnson offside. Won't count. Won't count. Well, that will go down, that effort of Ray Parler's, as one of the memorable cup final goals, I fancy. That's an offside decision.
It was a terrific run. He hasn't had many opportunities to surge for, but you've got to say Viltord did magnificently. He received the ball, he turned away, and without even looking instinctively, knew Parler had continued his run. It was a wonderful little reverse pass.
I think Kanu's getting ready now as well. Here's Viltord. Ray Parler, a genuine Highbury hero, 11 seasons with the club. I don't think he's hit any better than that in that time. Now then, this is a terrific moment for him, isn't it?
And the forward run again by Viltord actually took the two central defenders away. He could then go an extra few yards. Look, this is the moment. What shall I do? And that's what I'll do.
Now Arsenal have got to make sure that they don't get caught flat-footed like they were in the closing minutes last year. That's a free kick they've got. Mind you, Liverpool did have Michael Owen, and Chelsea are now without Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. Team staring a 1-0 deficit in the face now as Edu gets the ball for Arsenal. Arsenal will be mad with themselves if they let it slip for the second year running.
Well, it's strange. For 15 minutes of the second half, Chelsea did well, didn't they? They went close once or twice and started the half better. They're never more dangerous, Arsenal, when they're just sucking you in and just on the break with so much pace, but it comes from an unexpected source this time.
What a historic few days this could be in the distinguished history of Arsenal Football Club. About 15 minutes away from the FA Cup here, and then 1 point on Wednesday would clinch the Premiership title in a third double, but maybe I'm being premature. John Terry shouldn't get involved like that with Henry. Mike Riley will have to separate them. And I remember last season at Sunderland against Manchester United, Graham Poll sent 2 players off for doing that, putting their heads together. Well, there's going to be something out here. It's yellow for Thierry Henry. And it's yellow for John Terry.
Well, it was a bit of verbal initially, and then, quite frankly, John Terry just cannot get involved in those sort of incidents with the problems he's had this season. He must learn.
He must learn. Here's Zola. He was saying in the morning papers he's going to seek out some advice from Tony Adams. Now, here come Arsenal. It's Viltord. Offside.
Good decision. Just not forward from deep. Look, Viltord on the left wing. It was definitely offside.
We're going to see Boudewijn Zenden, the wide player, coming on. Dutch international. Ranieri has to gamble now.
I think it's Melchior probably, as I said, hasn't played particularly well, I don't think, hasn't got forward that much. Gallas will come over at right back, Lasso will go to left back, and Zenden will just come on to give the width on the left-hand side. He had to come in at some stage, the last 15 minutes, doesn't matter. You've got to go for broke, 2-0, 1-0, you've got to get level somehow.
Actually, you've got no chance of seeing the numbers on those boards in the sunshine. Jesper Gronkier had his hand up to his eyes as if to say, is it me? But no, it wouldn't be him. It's going to be two wide players now for Chelsea. Zenden on the left, Gronkier on the right. Can they rescue the cup final in the next 14 minutes? Forward by Lasso. Petit, Zola. Of all the conjuring tricks Zola has pulled off in his Chelsea career, he's really got to try and get the rabbit out the hat now. Henry still doesn't look too happy with life, and he is on a yellow card, as is this man John Terry. Desai. Zenden. Gallas to Gronkier. Ashley Cole. Oh, good ball. And Henry could get Cole away. It's Ashley Cole, the England fullback, in on goal. Can he beat Cudicini? May not have to. Henry! Great save. Palmer following up this time, scoops it wide.
Well done, Ashley Cole. I mean, they're 1-0 up, but he took the chance, went on the break, got released, and I thought he was going to score. Henry then went for the far post. Good save by Cudicini. And Ray Parlour nearly helped himself on the rebound to a second goal.
But here's Gronkier down the right-hand side for Chelsea. Zola is in the middle, and so is Gudjohnsen. It's too long for the latter, and Lauren just gets the better of Zenden. I thought Henry was going to score there and make it 2-0 and virtually settle it, but rather like last year against Liverpool, he failed to do so. Good save by the Chelsea keeper, in fairness. And Arsenal dig the ball out again. The cup final has come to life in the second half. Desai. Lampard. Oh, look at that from Adams. Knows every trick in the book. Lundberg. On the left-hand side here, Lundberg and Henry. Lundberg's going himself. Freddie Lundberg has curved one. Oh, another wonderful goal for Arsenal. And it's a man who cannot stop scoring, Freddie Lundberg. And he has here made a little piece of FA Cup history. The first man for 40 years to score in successive FA Cup finals.
Well, Johnson loses it. John Terry, who was up in stomach trouble. Freddie Lundberg then bustles his way through. He's got the legs, and John Terry's legs collapsed. And a wonderful strike. He still had a lot to do then. You knew exactly what he was going to do with Cudicini. Once he got through on his feet, he shaped himself to curl it. Cudicini started to go to his left, but you couldn't have hit it any sweeter. It's outside the goal until that last few feet. No chance at all for Cudicini. Great strike. What a few weeks this lad has had.
7 goals in 7 games for Freddie Lundberg, and you'd have to go back to 1962 to find a similar feat. Bobby Smith for Tottenham when they won the Cup 2 years running in the 60s. Now then, here's Zola for Chelsea. They're 2-0 down. And it's away by Edu. Surely this year it's Arsenal's Cup. Wiltord. Patrick Vieira. 10 minutes to go. Another substitution. This must be Kanu, surely.
Well, he's played his part at different times, and Henry looks as if he's going to be the one to come up, and I think Arsene Wenger decided in the last 10 minutes, you've contributed, come on, play your part, and Henry walking off field, credit to him, he's played very well today and decided to keep him on.
In all the noise and confusion, Trevor, I just want to ask you a question in a minute about the second goal. I'm not so sure, I'm not going to take anything away from Lundberg, that somebody was shouting there could have been an offside. Anyway, Thierry Henry has gone off, Kanu is on, and it's 2-0 to Arsenal. Lampard. Well, it'll be one of the great cup comebacks now if Chelsea can rescue this. There was a flag up apparently when the second goal was scored. We'll clear that up for you when we can. In case anybody phones in and says, what about Glenn Hoddle? Of course, in the 1981 final, this free kick was deemed to be an own goal by Tommy Hutchison, even though Glenn scored in both games a year later. Here's Tony Adams. To his left is Carnu. Oh, look at the Arsenal captain. What a moment this is going to be for him. Carnu again. And he's a fresh figure here now, the Nigerian. Look at Desai. If anybody's played with gigantic poise for Chelsea today, it's the French international captain. Zola. Zenden. Only Idiger Johnson in the middle here for Chelsea. Tony Adams, for the umpteenth time, cuts out the cross, but carelessly given away. And here's Lampard. If Chelsea got one back, we'd be in for a storming finish. Vieira. This is Good Johnson, and it's Gronkier, and Zola's waiting in the middle. Petit is also there. This is Good Johnson.
Well, trying bravely, Chelsea set up the opening, hit it well enough, but Seaman almost casually goes down and clings onto it.
You can see Pat Rice over on the touchline waving Arsenal forward, saying don't get sucked into playing defending too deep at this stage. Zenden's ball across field towards Gronkier. He's not going to get that.
This is the opportunity now. At this stage, Bloomberg goes through. Henry was the only possible one that the linesman could be flagging for, but it never went to him. As far as I'm concerned, he was totally passive and thoroughly the good decision to let the goal stand. But you couldn't penalise him.
Well, it was a red and yellow flag and a red herring because there was no way there was anybody going to be given offside there. Splendid goal by Ljungberg. Zenden for Chelsea, looking for Good Johnson. Lauren. Gallas for Chelsea. Zola. Gronkier. Well, the 84th minute was bad news for Arsenal last year. It's a throw to Chelsea. John Terry is on his way forward here. There he is. Arsenal are being penned right back in now. They're playing very, very deep. Good Johnson to Lampard. He'll have a shot.
Been unlucky, Frank Lampard. He's done well. I thought he and Petit, but primarily it was helping out defensively, and this man, Freddie Ljungberg, well, Mr. Eriksson's been watching today. He's probably made a lot of notes because he's been watching Arsenal a lot in recent games, but he's definitely one England that must be aware of in that opening World Cup fixture. Goodness me.
Not just Ljungberg, what about Henrik Larsson? Anyway, that's all to come later in the summer with us, but here's Zenden. There's a lot of anxiety over on the Arsenal bench, I think. Chelsea may be resigned to it now, but Wenger and Rice are on their feet waving furiously. They know what happened a year ago, but this time it's a 2-goal lead that Arsenal are protecting. Gallas. clears. Bronchier with the throw, Zola. Good ball in, back in by Petit. Lauren has to be aware of Zenden. No, he doesn't.
Well, they've got rid of that white tie, but must be absolutely delighted. What a few weeks. I must say, when they lost Robert Pires, I just wondered how they would cope, because he I think, was deservedly the Football Writers' Player of the Year. I thought he'd been magnificent. It just coincided with Freddie Ljungberg coming back from a couple of months out with injury, and certainly Phil Todd has done well on Henry, but Ljungberg has just taken on the mantle of goal scoring. And we've also looked in defence. Tony Adams, who I think has been absolutely superb again, has come in at just key moments. Martin Keown left out today, so Campbell's come through superbly in the second half of the season. Ashley Cole's come back from injury. Wherever you've looked, Arsenal players have taken on the responsibility and gone from strength to strength.
This is Kanu, and it's a cup final. It looks like being won by two outstanding goals. Nothing scrappy. Quite the opposite about the way Arsenal struck that double blow in the second half, and it could lead to the double for the third time in the club's history. And Tony Adams could be picking up the FA Cup for the third time as well in a few minutes. Arsenal have the corner. You didn't mention either, or neither of us did, Gianni van Bronckhorst, of course, who's been out for he's on crutches here today. Could be out for another few months. Here's Lampard. Ray Parlour, another stunning tackle. That's what Brooking was saying in this stadium. You can almost feel the weight of it up here, can't you?
Certainly shuttered up on the gantry. Ray Parlour's been very combative. Even at times he's struggled to get in this team this year, but they've had a sequence of injuries, and just when you think they're going to be weakened, players like even Matthew Upson, Stepanos came in for half a dozen games and did a job. Luzny, they've all played their part at different moments during the season.
Adams is up there like a 19-year-old.
He's been my man of the match, quite frankly. When you look at the pattern of the game, everyone's contributed to this 2-0 lead, but I just think Tony Adams, at this stage of his career, has been absolutely inspirational.
And Desai, I think, for Chelsea, perhaps, but anyway, they've still got a bit of football to play here. Here he is, in fact, the Chelsea captain. We are in the 90th minute of the FA Cup final. Arsenal lead by 2 goals to 0. The double is on. Kanu. There will be 3 minutes to be played in addition. But the blue section of the stadium is subdued. The red colours to our left are held aloft. The last time Arsenal won a trophy, that was the year of the double. And I think we might even see a little run out for the ever-faithful warrior Martin Keown, who's still, of course, in with a shout of getting into the England squad on Thursday. He'll be keen to make an appearance as we go into stoppage time. Well, Chelsea will have to do something right now. This is Johnson. Lauren to Parlour. Oh, look at that. Another wonderful challenge by Desai. And he gets the free kick into the bargain.
Substitution for Arsenal, replacing number 11.
Sylvian Wiltord is going to go on. And Martin Keown, who broke his leg at Blackburn in January and was out until April, and has been playing regularly while Campbell has been injured. He will come on for the last couple of minutes, if it is the last couple of minutes, and it looks like that is the case. Unless Chelsea score from the free kick. Now then, Lampard. Terry to Gallas. Zola. Oh, Edu, lovely interception, but not very well played after that. Petit looks for good Johnson. Lampard again. Two players in for Arsenal, Edu as well. That's a free kick. Oh. Referee, even at this late stage in the game, is going to his pocket. Heidegger Johnson. Yellow card. A little pat on the head for Barner. It's rather late in the day to fall out now. 92 minutes on the clock. A minute of stoppage time to go. Arsenal on their way to the first leg of the double, burying the disappointment of the Millennium Stadium this time last year. Cudicini, who made two fine saves prior to being beaten. Petit to Lampard. Whistles all round the stadium. Gallas. Gronkia giving it away. Vieira to Kanu. Oh. And there it is. Arsenal win the FA Cup for the 8th time. Arsene's Arsenal are on course for another double. Ray Parlour with a real belting goal to open things up. And then Freddie Ljungberg with just as much craftsmanship to make it 2-0. A comprehensive victory in the end for Arsenal. Arsene Wenger, nice moment there as Richard Wright congratulates David Seam, and Arsene Wenger picked the right team today, Trevor.
Well, I thought in the first half they had the edge, didn't quite capitalise on the chances, the two headers, Bergkamp, Laurent. Chelsea had a good spell, looked a little bit more positive from an attacking point of view, but Arsenal are never more dangerous on the counter-attack. Both goals really came on the counter-attack, and they were magnificent goals.
It was Lundberg's 17th of the season.
And ladies and gentlemen,
what an output that is.
The man of the match, the AXA.
And Arsenal's players go to greet their supporters. And I think we can hear from Ray Parlour and Garth Crooks.
Taste in 93, you did it in 98. How does this compare?
It's a great day. Obviously last year, really disappointed when we lost. But to come back this year, so really good resilience from the lads, and we ground it out. It was a real tough game today, but we got that goal, first goal, and it's a great performance in the end.
Let's talk about that first goal, because the game needed something special to break the deadlock, and it was something special.
Yeah, it was always a London derby, going to be a tight game, but you know, I caught it well, and it's gone in the top corner. I don't score many goals like that, important like that, but really pleased, and the lads went on from there, got the second goal, and it's fantastic for our fans, and hopefully we can do it Wednesday as well.
The first part of the jigsaw is done, Ray. You're almost there.
Almost
the double's
there,
on.
Almost there, but still a long way to go. We've still got to go to Manchester Wednesday and try and get a result up there. But it's a great day for us so far, and we'll enjoy it today.
Wonderful game, wonderful strike. Well done.
Cheers, guys.
Well, Garth Crooks as quick across the pitch there with the interview as I think he was playing 20 years ago.
No, I think he's got a bit quicker, to be honest, but when you score a goal like Ray Parlour, you're only too pleased to be interviewed and talk it through. What a moment for him.
And indeed for the rest of the Arsenal team, whose celebrations are just starting, but you can see on the faces the jubilation which follows the disappointment of last year here. They've certainly exercised that ghost. Ray Stubbs has got the other goal scorer, Freddie Ljungberg, with him.
Freddie, what a reception you're getting from the Arsenal fans. Can you describe your emotions?
Oh, really? It's enormous.
You've made history, the first man to score in successive cup finals.
I didn't know that, but the important thing, we won. We won, it's important.
What an atmosphere and what a team you got here. What is the key to this team?
We fight for each other. We're just, love to play football.
And now you have another trophy to collect in a few days' time, but what emotions are you going through about the FA Cup?
There was a game today, and it was
the FA Cup. That's all we concentrate on. And we lost the last cup final. We were very determined to win today, so it's nice.
We could see the fight in Arsenal today. Was last year in your mind?
Sorry?
Was last year in your mind after what happened?
No, we tried to get it away, but of course you don't want to be remembered as losing 2 finals in a row.
Listen, thank you for talking to us. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, we've heard from the 2 goal scorers.
Patrick, last year it was so disappointing for you. I saw your face. This year it's so different. You must be delighted.
Of course, it was important for the club, for the players, and of course for myself, because last year we lost in the final. We played a really good game, but we lost it. And this year I think we show our character, we show good desire, because all through this competition we showed that we wanted to win the competition. And today against a big club, a big team like Chelsea, because we have worked really hard in the second half. And to win the game today is fantastic.
Well, they've shouted your name. You have this wonderful affinity with the Arsenal fans. Just a word about your Arsenal fans. They are very, very special. You have a great relationship with them.
Of course, it's fantastic when you hear them song. You just want to show them the love, and it's fantastic. Thank you.
Many congratulations.
Well, I think Garth Crooks and Ray Stubbs have just about got the key characters there. We've heard from both goal scorers and from Patrick Vieira, and there's no disguising just how excited the Arsenal players are about this victory. There's more to come, of course, if they can annex that league title as well. What a season it will be for them. And in a way, Trevor, we're waiting obviously now because there's no royal box at Cardiff. They have to erect a podium in the middle of the pitch. But while all this is going on, is this the best Arsenal team in their famous history?
Well, I think what they've added now is, they've always was difficult to beat. They were sometimes criticised 1-0 Arsenal. This is a really good team to watch. They're entertaining. They score goals. They score goals from a variety of places on the pitch. Midfield, Lundberg, Dennis Bergkamp's come to the fore, but Henry, Viltot, they've been a pleasure to watch this season and thoroughly deserve their success.
You mentioned Dennis Bergkamp there, Trevor. He's with Ray Stubbs.
Dennis, we all know what the FA Cup meant to you as a little boy watching. Can you describe your emotions?
Oh, this is amazing. I mean, the fans have been tremendous for us today, and yeah, it's a great result for us. It's hopefully a part of the double now. Yeah, it was just a brilliant day.
Is this everything you expected when you dreamt of winning the FA Cup?
Oh, this is more because you're actually here, and as I said, the feeling is so special when you're on the pitch and really see everything around. It's just great.
What can you say about Arsene Wenger, about what he's done to mould this team and help you all and to create this Arsenal success story?
Well, it's great after last season that we had disappointment, but when you bounce back straight after the season next, that says it all, and he played a big part in that.
Enjoy the moment, enjoy collecting your medal. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sure he will, Ray, I'm sure he will, but it's all about Arsenal at the moment. In the other half of the field, incidentally, Chelsea are absolutely stretched out with expressions that say it all for the losers. Emmanuel Petit beaten today by his old club. And already the presentations have started. David Seaman there with his daughter, I think, but on the podium, the referee, Mike Riley, and his 2 assistants have received their medals from Lennart Johansson. And it's just going to take a little bit of time for the players to assemble, I think. The trophy itself is being engraved as we speak in a small ante-room off the dressing room corridor. That's done now here in Cardiff, while the post-match celebrations are in progress, and it comes out with Arsenal's name on it for 2002. Last year, Lundberg's goal was cancelled out. This year, it clinched the cup. In fact, it's the engraving, I think, that takes the time and slows down the presentations.
It looks as if Chelsea just being ushered towards receiving their medals, the losers. At this stage, you just want to get your medal and go back in the dressing room.
Well, they're being led up by Marcel Desailly, who was outstanding. And the UEFA president will now hand over those losers' medals. Chelsea, winners in 1997, winners in 2000. Losers admittedly back in 94 as well. They've had a long history, love affair with the FA Cup in recent years under different coaches. Today, after looking dangerous in the early part of the second half, it has to be said. They had to play second fiddle to this inspired Arsenal outfit. Hasselbank maybe not 100% from the start, went off after 3/4 of the game. Babayaro was injured and went off at half-time. It wasn't the best of days for Chelsea to produce their best. But it's an irony for Petit, isn't it? He won the double with Arsenal 4 years ago. And Claudio Ranieri, who has made his mark at Stamford Bridge, and I'm sure the Chelsea chairman will expect him to take things on from here. Now then, cometh the moment, cometh the man. It won't be long before Tony Adams goes up to get the trophy, and here it is. Brought out with a little bit of pomp and circumstance there. And Jeff Thompson alongside Lennart Johansson.
Next up.
For Tony Adams, this is a moment to savour. Only Brian Robson in modern times has lifted this trophy on 3 separate occasions. Adams, who's had such a, on his own admission, a checkered life, but goodness me, how fulfilled he must be now. A former England captain, applauded by the current England coach. The medals first. They can't wait to get their hands on that. Ray Parlour's goal will go down, I think, among those remembered most from FA Cup finals. And several of these players did take part in 1998. It's not exactly a new experience for some of them, but for Dennis Bergkamp, it really does put right what happened then and what happened last year. No, you can't have it yet, Will Tord. It's still, isn't it, the most savoured trophy in football. Nothing really to rival the FA Cup. And the overseas players, there's Lee Dixon who didn't get on. The overseas players look as excited about it all as do the home-based men. Arsene Wenger receives a medal now, as managers do. That was a tradition which came in a few years ago now then. The trophy itself has been all over the place this year to functions and special occasions, raising money for charity. But today, the FA Cup belongs once more to Arsenal. And it may be followed by the league title. Well, David Dean, the vice-chairman, no need for many words over these scenes. Well, there's going to be a right old North London knees up now, Trevor, but your final thoughts on the final?
Well, I thought in the second half it did open up. Arsenal have been on such a run in recent weeks. You just felt that confidence of winning would carry them through in the end. There were 2 great strikes, Ray Parlour certainly, and Freddie Ljungberg. Goals certainly worthy of winning cup finals, and they move on now to Old Trafford. What an evening that will be. But today you can see they're going to celebrate. There'll be a night to enjoy themselves, and then back on the focus to clinch that title.
A cracker from Parlour, a craftsman's goal from Ljungberg. Another FA Cup for Arsenal. And just again to underline that they play at Old Trafford on Wednesday. 1 point would then complete the double. If they lose there, then they would have to beat Everton at Highbury next Saturday, but I fancy there's going to be quite a celebration there as well. So once again in a terrific atmosphere in Cardiff, where the stadium once more lives up to all expectations as the new home of the FA Cup final. The 2002 version, the Cockney final, ends with a score of Arsenal 2, Chelsea 0. And I think we have the first words from a Chelsea player now. Graham Lasso with Ray Stubbs.
ground. What's the view from the Chelsea camp about the way the game went?
It's really hard because on the pitch you look at it and you think we seem to be pretty much in control of the game at that stage. And then they've broken away. We know Arsenal are fantastic on the breakaway. We've coped with that for most of the game, and the one good sort of breakaway they made is a fantastic finish by Ray Parlour. The second goal is just a kick in the teeth for us, really. Again, player of the last couple of months, Freddie Ljungberg's been fantastic, and again it's a wonderful run with a great finish. What can we do? Yeah, we've tried our best and wasn't quite good enough.
There seemed to be such a self-belief about Chelsea at the start of the second half, and you took the game to them.
Yeah, we really thought we could win it. I spoke to you before the game and you said we seemed confident, and we really did think that we could win it. And we played, I think, with belief, and we interchanged the ball well. We took chances when we needed to, and we tried to break when we could. And I don't think the manager can fault us. He just shrugged his shoulders when I saw him, and it's just one of those disappointing things. I give Arsenal all the credit. They just had that key to open us up when it mattered, and we couldn't respond to that. So good luck to them for the rest of the season.
Jimmy Floyd-Hasselbank did his best, but it felt he was just feeling his injury somewhat, and you never got any little bit of luck you needed when the Johnson had that shot just tipped over the bar.
That's right. It's a shame for us that Jimmy hasn't been training with us all week. He's been on the treatment table, and I think that makes it very difficult for him, the manager, and the rest of the players, really, to have such an important player in doubt. It puts a question mark about how the shape of the team is going to balance out. Also, Celestine Babayaro and myself had injuries that we've just about shaken off for today's match. So, it was from that point of view we took our chance, and I think everybody did themselves credit.
We appreciate you talking to us and your disappointment. Thank you.
Cheers. So congratulations to Arsenal, the 2002 FA Cup winners. They seem to be enjoying themselves. It was a cracking second half and two fantastic goals that won it, Alan.
Well, it comes from an unexpected source, from an Englishman. We said that goals were going to come from everywhere, but we didn't expect Ray Parlour. But the goal was sensational, and the second goal was equally as good. These scenes are magnificent. If you've won the FA Cup and lost it, you know there's a chasm between the emotions, and what we can see there is phenomenal to be a part of it. But another end of the scale, if you're a Chelsea player,
desolation.
You're just distraught.
Yeah, nobody remembers to lose this game. A lot of sympathy. I thought when Arsenal scored the first goal, Chelsea sort of had control over the game, and they were looking to sort of, it was looking like Chelsea was a team that was going to score, and then obviously a great individual effort from Parlour, and again 10 minutes later from Ljungberg, and that was it. No way back for Chelsea.
They did nothing wrong at all, Chelsea, and a bit like last year where Michael Owen's goal for Liverpool was special. This occasion there were two special goals which have won Arsenal the cup final.
Prior to that there wasn't much in it.
No,
I thought the better side won.
Yeah.
I've got to be honest.
Arsenal probably had the biggest chances because Cudicini had two great saves. Where up front as Chelsea didn't seem sharp enough, Didn't seem like they were...
As an attacking force, Chelsea never got started. The number of times they got it wide and the ball in was either bad, there's only one in
before the goal they had a good spell in the second half.
A good spell, whatever looked like they were going to score for me. I always thought that if Arsenal sucked them in, there was always a threat in the counter-attack. And as Peter said, Arsenal had the best of the chances, and I thought they thoroughly deserved to win the match.
When you've won the FA Cup, you want this to go on forever, don't you? You don't want the crowd to go, you want to stay out on the pitch.
Here till midnight.
Yeah. That is the best part of it. And remember, this time is normally the last, this game is normally the last game of the season, so now you've got no more games.
And as of next year, it will be a game. So I think that's the way it should be. Mark.
I mean, how enjoyable is this? And they go now to Wednesday, and I think as John Motson alluded in the commentary, they can win the league as well.
Yeah,
on Wednesday.
They've had a great season. They're a great team. Trevor's right. They're fantastic to watch. They've got talent. They've got ability. Today they were great defensively, and I thought that they thoroughly deserved to win.
The manager is a very, very shrewd man. He's a very good man manager. Yeah. He's just got the timing of things like bringing Bergkamp in nearly every game, things like that. Got Ljungberg back, Miss Perez. He's had an outstanding season, the manager.
Yeah. And you think about the injuries that Arsenal has suffered this season. And then again, you take into account that this is the 26th game without losing.
Yeah, it's a hell of a record.
They've deserved today, no doubt about that.
I think they've had some like 10 players through injury at different times.
Long-term injuries as well.
Tremendous strength and depth.
Incredible.
Tremendous players, tremendous manager. And certainly been the team of the season.
Well, I have to say, for the first time, I think that Arsenal has really entertained as well. They've always been a good team. It's always been a team capable of getting points and difficult to beat, but mostly out of defending. But this year, they've been tremendous.
They've played with flair all season.
Absolutely.
They've got flair, they've got that edge to the game.
But last year, I thought they struggled because their away form was poor.
Yeah.
This year, if they go to Old Trafford and draw, then they go through it the whole season with being beaten away. How good is that?
That's why they won. They played 2 goalkeepers.
There's one of the heroes. I mean,
what a goal. Has he scored one better?
Also, he was ultra competitive. He got stuck in the middle of the park, he tackled, he ran, he covered the ground. The icing on the cake was the goal.
Let's hear from the triumphant Arsenal manager. Arsene Wenger's with Garth Crooks.
Well, Arsene, it must be very, very different, the scenes here today, than it was last year.
Well, yes, we were very frustrated last year. And I said we have shown a lot of strength to come back in here because we played Liverpool, we played Newcastle, we played Chelsea. And we won today again. That shows you a lot about the character of the team.
Last week you talked about the double. It's very much on, but today, 2 superb goals.
2 superb goals at a very important moment of the game. Both Parler and Ljungberg were absolutely fantastic today. And they got us the important goals at the moment of the game where Chelsea played very well.
The double is so close you can almost touch it. Can you do it?
We will do it, of course, now, but it's not done. We believe we will do it, but we have a big game on Wednesday night, and then we'll try to do it on Wednesday night.
Well, Arsenal do it in style. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
And that Lucky North dressing room strikes again. That's 10 out of 10. It's all down to the dressing room, of course. There's nothing else in it. But
Arsenal won.
I think there were 2 great goals. I think we should have a look at them.
Let's have a look at them. I thought Parler had been excellent, but in a sort of defensive way where he was covering the ground. Gronkjaer gets the ball here. He's got so much pace, he loses it there. He should just fly it on the line, but Arsenal get it. They go on the counter-attack. Parler picks up there. Lampard nearly in with a good tackle. Comes to Tony Adams. Good pass forward. And then you watch Parler on the go. And the rest, he just takes in his right foot. Doesn't even look up. Brilliant finish.
Pete, I have to ask you, do you think he should have saved it? I mean, it would have been a fantastic save.
Look at the shot from behind. You can see that he's unsided until it passes Desailly. But I think to get to this point here, I think somebody should go and charge it. They all back off, and they give him the option of.
We'll give Parler all the credit. We'll give Parler all the credit.
When you see him pick the ball up, I mean, look how much he's got to do from here. 40, 45 yards out originally. It's a brilliant finish. Absolutely brilliant.
Top corner, fantastic finish.
Wiltord made a great run. Yeah. He was running inside and taking 2 defenders away. Parler just come with his right foot.
Well, we've seen in recent weeks Freddie Ljungberg score some decent goals, Mark. This is probably the pick of the lot of them, wasn't it?
Just done it again, isn't he? You know, so consistent over the last 6 weeks as well. And Adams again forcing the error from Gudjonsson. Picks it up in his own half. Again, Alan talked about runs. You know, it was Henry ran down the left-hand side for him. Bit of strength, holds off the challenge from Terry, and that is absolutely unstoppable.
It's not a goal, is it, really? You know, you expect him to be played in, look along the line in, but where he picks up here, again, you never expect him to score from there. And yet, he's got strength and determination, and shrugs off the challenge.
So it's just been booked there a minute before, so
he's actually looking to pass it. Yeah. He's looking for somebody to play into, and he thought, I'll just hit it. Watch his head go to the side here when he goes past Terry. Says, yeah. Just about here. He has a look across. All right, I'll hit it. Great finish.
There's only one problem, Gary. He's Swedish.
I know, and they play against England.
Yeah.
It's a worry.
It's a worry for you.
One more angle.
And he's just so strong right at that moment there. So strong.
It's a fantastic goal.
That is a player full of confidence.
Well, in many ways, once Arsenal got in front of it, it was back to the wall stuff, and we saw a couple of fantastic saves from Kudicini, didn't we?
The two saves he had in the second half was before Arsenal scored. Yeah. And here Henry gets the ball, and you think he's going to shoot first time, but he gets it on his right foot, and he's got the whole goal now to pick from. And it's just a good save, that, because it's very difficult to see where he's going to put the ball.
Got under Henry's feet a little bit, didn't it? This is the other one.
That's actually a better save, that. Yeah. Because he's onside, and the two goals was curled in, and that was the same kind of shot there.
Yeah, and the fella at the other end made a decent save, didn't he, from Gunn Johnson? That also when it was 0-0.
I thought Seaman had a good game, because the few crosses that came in, he dealt with that, and the few shots that Chelsea had, he was very, very convincing in his game.
You know what he gives his defence? Lots and lots of confidence. The first corner that came out, he caught it. Yeah. That's a great save as well.
That's a good save, because, again, it's the same thing as with the two goals. It curled in, and you got the whole goal to pick from. And I mean, that's just a fantastic save.
We see it time and time again. If you're a defender and you've got that behind you, it gives you so much confidence to play and defend, because you think, he ain't going to make a mistake.
Yeah. The other
solid.
Thing, we say it time and time again, and he'll probably back us up on this. He's had nothing to do for most of the game, and when he's called upon to make a big save, the top goalkeepers make them.
Well, I think what really underlines that he is a top goalkeeper and that he is number one is, as I said before, everything that was crossed, he came for that. Yeah. So he gives.
I've got to mention Tony Adams as well in front of him. He would always be in my side. Always, honestly, he would be. I'd pick him every time. But he was absolutely.
He was awesome today, wasn't he?
Yeah. Magnificent.
I don't think he made a mistake all game.
Watch him get back in the box here. Slight deflection there and a great tackle.
How old is he?
Was he fit? Well, he's talking about retiring.
Yeah.
You know, you watch a performance like that and say, he must be crazy to retire.
For me, he's always been like that. He's always been playing it with that kind of consistency and always at that high level.
But also, as well, you watch all his career, very rarely ever gets pulled out of position. Very, very rarely.
OK, right, let me tell you what's happened up in Scotland. They've also got their FA Cup final today. It was Rangers versus Celtic. Tony Gubber's seen the match.
It's Rangers Day in the Scottish Cup final. Twice coming back from a goal down against Celtic to win it 3-2, with the winning goal coming in the 90th minute as both teams were preparing themselves mentally for extra time and maybe even penalties. And it's Denmark's Peter Lovenkrantz who's the Rangers hero with that diving header to secure the cup success. It's a double cup success this season for Rangers. Celtic had led first through John Hartson after 15 minutes, but Lovenkrantz with a terrific turn and pace equalised. Defender Bodo Baldi headed Celtics back in front 4 minutes into the second half, but then conceded the free kick from which Barry Ferguson hit a scorcher in off a post. And just as both teams were thinking about another 30 minutes, and we were thinking we'd be here till dark, Lovenkrantz with that diving header has won the cup for Rangers. A final score, Rangers 3, Celtic 2.
So it's Rangers in Scotland and it's Arsenal down here, but you might think Manchester United and Alex Ferguson are out the news, but Sir Alex's horse has won the 2,000 Guinness Rock of Gibraltar today. You wouldn't believe it, would you?
No,
he always has his say somewhere, doesn't he?
You mean he wasn't watching the match?
Yeah, but final words on today. Arsenal now set up for, well, surely it's a double.
I thought victory was sweet today because of what happened last year. It's always great to win the FA Cup final, but last year they were robbed. Any Liverpool supporter would tell you they're robbed. But they've come, they've looked at the game, they're playing a very, very good side in Chelsea. They were committed, they defended well, they broke well, they had the better of the chances. I thought they were a better team.
Absolutely. Better team, player for player. Everyone in Arsenal's team is better than, today was better than the Chelsea team. And they can now, you know, relax tonight and then go to the game on Wednesday
They were always more likely to score than Chelsea. I mean, the dish yesterday made the better chance, didn't it? But you always felt they had that extra bit of class throughout.
How will they celebrate? Normally it's the last game of the season. You get the champagne in the dressing room. No champagne tonight.
Well, they've got
Maybe Wednesday night.
Do you fancy them to do it on Wednesday, or do you think it'll go to